I know how ridiculous this sounds, okay? Trust me, I've heard the jokes my whole life. You grew up in a cemetery? Yeah, I did. My family's lived on the grounds of Milltown Rest since 1911. 3 generations of caretakers, all with the same last name, same job, same rules. It wasn't creepy, not the way people think. For us, it was normal. Our house sat just beyond the tree line, 30 yards from the oldest section of the graveyard. We had a garden, a tire swing, and a gravel path that led straight to the tool, shed, and chapel. When I was a kid, I used to ride my bike between the headstones. I could name every grave by heart. I knew who left flowers, who didn't, who got visitors on birthdays, and who was forgotten entirely. I thought everyone grew up like that until I hit middle school and realized no one else had a family plot bigger than their town park. My dad used to say, "We're not just tending graves, we're tending memories." I never really understood what he meant until much later. He ran the place like clockwork: sunrise inspections, midday plot maps, sundown closures. Mom handled the records and the chapel maintenance. I started helping when I was 8. First it was just sweeping the pathways, then pulling weeds, then eventually learning how to use the riding mower and repair fences. We didn't talk about the bells at first. They were just their little rusted cages over certain graves, each with a string running down into the soil attached to a bell. Most had long since stopped ringing. The ropes decayed, the bells corroded. Shut, but we never removed them. It was family policy. My grandpa's grandpa put them there during the yellow fever panic in the early 1900s. Said it was just in case. Everyone called them safety bells, but we had a different name. For them, the tether line, there were rules around them. Not written down, but spoken in that serious tone that adults use when they don't want to scare you, but they also want to make sure you never forget. Rule 1. Never touch the string. Even if it's loose, even if it's tangled, even if it looks like it fell off. Rule 2. If a bell ever rings, don't go alone. Rule 3. If it rings after midnight, you wake Dad. Always. We all said the rules like it was a game when we were little. Like a chant before bedtime. I didn't know then that my dad wasn't just keeping tradition alive. He was scared. I should have known when he stopped sleeping through the night, or when he started keeping a shotgun next to the furnace. The man who fixed headstones for a living was afraid of bells. I wish I had asked why sooner. When I turned 16, I started taking on more of the work myself. I had friends, but none close enough to invite over. You don't exactly host pool parties when your front yard is filled with headstones. Besides, I liked the peace. The cemetery was quiet in a way the world rarely is. I'd put in my earbuds and mow between rows while podcasts played. On rainy days, I helped clean the chapel and refile old burial records. Some of the oldest dates went back to the 1800s, names long faded into history, buried in rows we no longer used. Section 12, that was the oldest part. All shade and moss and tilting stones. It had 6 bells left. I checked them once a week. They never rang, not even in windstorms. They just stood there, crooked and silent. Until one night, they didn't. It was late September when the first ring happened. I remember it clearly because it was the night after the fall equinox, and Dad had taken Mom to a harvest dance in town. I was home alone, which wasn't unusual. I had a paper due and had planned on writing all night. Around 11 p.m., I heard it just one sharp metallic jingle from somewhere in the distance. At first, I thought it was a wind chime. I paused my music, stepped out onto the porch, and listened. Nothing. The air was still. Not even the usual owl calls. Just silence. I went back inside and told myself it was nothing. Maybe an old metal tool shifting in the wind. But then it rang again, clearer this time, short and fast. Like something pulled the string hard. I froze. Every story Dad had ever told started bubbling up. I remembered the rules, especially the one about not going alone. But they were out, and I didn't feel like calling someone just because of a rusty old bell. So I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The light cut through the dark in a narrow cone, and the moment I stepped off the porch, the air felt different. Not colder. Exactly. Just still. Like the graveyard was holding its breath. I made my way toward Section 12, careful not to step on any of the newer plots. When I reached the tree line, I heard it again, this time louder. 2 quick rings, followed by silence. I shined my light toward the bells. One of them, the second from the left, was swinging gently, not wildly. Not like someone had kicked it. Just enough to ring. That was the moment I should have turned around. Gone back inside. Locked the doors. But curiosity is a funny thing. I stepped closer, watching the bell slow. I expected to see the rope taut. The line maybe caught on a tree root or moved by an animal. But the string was tight, pulled, leading, straight down into the earth. The grave it belonged to was marked Margaret Dunn, 1886-1911. I'd seen that name dozens of times before. It never meant anything, just a part of the landscape. But that night, her grave looked different, fresher, almost. Like the grass had been turned recently and the soil wasn't settled. I crouched to check the base of the bell stand. That's when I noticed something else. Footprints, bare ones, leading from the woods to the grave, then stopping. No return. Trail, I ran. I'm not going to lie and say I stood my ground or investigated further. I bolted back toward the house, tripping once in the dark, scraping my knee so bad it left a scar. I didn't stop until I was inside, all the lights on. Every door locked. I stood there, flashlight in one hand, trying to calm my breathing. No more rings came that night. But I didn't sleep. And when Dad got home and saw my face, he knew something had happened. I told him everything, and his expression changed in a way I hadn't seen before. Not fear, not anger, something worse. Recognition. He sat down slowly, looked at me, and, "Sud, it's happening again." I asked what he meant, but he just shook his head and said, "Go to bed. We'll talk in the morning." But we didn't, because the next night, the bell rang again, and then again. Every single night after that second night, when the bell rang louder than before, I finally got my father to sit down and explain what we were really dealing with. And I know how strange this is going to sound, but I promise I'm not making any of it up. These weren't just decorative relics or historical novelties. They were rules. Real ones. Not just to preserve tradition, but because something bad had happened before, worse than anyone outside our family ever heard about. He didn't say it with drama or ceremony. He said it like someone reciting instructions on how to keep the gas line from blowing. He said there were 3 rules for the bells, passed down from the first caretaker who installed them during the old epidemics. The rules were simple, but they were not optional. Not if you wanted to keep the ground still. Rule 1, never touch the string. Doesn't matter if it's loose or tangled, or you think it's going to snap in the wind. If you touch it, you interrupt the connection. The tether, he called it. I asked what that meant, and he just said it's what keeps things from shifting. Not metaphorically, literally. The earth has memories, he said, and some of them don't stay quiet unless they know they're still tied to something. I didn't ask what happens if you break the tether. I already had a bad feeling. I was about to find out. Rule 2. If a bell rings 3 nights in a row, you mark the grave. Not casually, either. You use chalk or ash or blessed salt, whatever you have that sets it apart from the rest. You make sure that patch of ground knows it's been seen, acknowledged, and watched. The mark is for them, not us. Rule 3 was the one that made me cold all over. If the bell rings a 4th night, you dig. Not to exhume the body. That's what I thought at first. But no. You dig to see if the grave is still there at all. He told me flat out that more than once caretakers had uncovered empty caskets. Sometimes just pieces of them. Sometimes the whole coffin was gone, like it had sunk deeper than it was ever buried. One time back in the 50s, he said a casket was found completely upright, like it had risen and turned in the soil on its own. The body inside had been clawed to shreds, but there were no bones, only old hair and a torn lining. I asked why they didn't call the police. He laughed, but it wasn't a funny laugh. You think anyone wants to believe something crawled out of a sealed coffin after 60 years? That was when I realized this wasn't just about Margaret Dunn's grave anymore. That bell was only the beginning. I'd heard it once, then twice. By the 3rd night, we both knew we'd have to mark it, and we did white chalk circle at the base, just like he'd shown me. But then the 2nd bell started, and then the 3rd. They weren't as loud, not at first, but they had the same sharp, metallic snap to them. I thought maybe it was the wind, but there was no breeze. That whole week, the air in the cemetery had gone still as glass. Even the birds stayed away. The bells didn't sway in rhythm. They twitched like something below was pulling and stopping, trying to find the right pressure to get through. We didn't tell Mom. We didn't tell anyone. I don't even know if my grandfather told his wife during the last round of ringing in the 80s. It was like a sickness no one wanted to name, like if you said it out loud, it would spread. Every night we heard them ring, we wrote it down in the logbook. Time, location, weather. My job was to note patterns. Dad said they liked patterns. If you knew how they repeated, you could predict what was next. I didn't ask who they were. He never said it. Never gave it a name. Just said, they don't like to be forgotten. When I asked if anyone had ever tried removing the bells altogether, he looked at me like I'd suggested setting the house on fire. They're not warnings, he said. "They're anchors. If you pull one out, they might move." By the sixth night, I was barely sleeping. Every creak of the floor made me jump. I kept hearing phantom jingles, little echoes of bells that weren't there. I started dreaming about the strings. Long white cords stretching out of every wall in the house, pulling tight every time I tried to move. In one dream, I looked out my bedroom window and saw the entire graveyard crawling like the graves themselves were shifting under a great breath. I told Dad about that one, and he got real quiet. Then he said, "That's not a dream. That's what comes next." He didn't say how he knew. He just handed me a spool of chalk, a crowbar, and a thick metal flashlight. He said I'd need all three. That was the night we started doing checks every hour on the hour. That was the night I realized we weren't just following rules anymore. We were stopping something from waking up. The first time I officially joined my father for a bell check. I thought I was ready. I had the flashlight, gloves, the chalk for marking, everything he said I'd need. But standing out there in the dark, with nothing but silence pressing in around me, and the knowledge that something under the earth might be listening, I realized I hadn't understood anything. The graveyard felt different at night, not just dark, but alive in a way that daytime never showed. The headstones looked taller, closer together, the air heavier with the weight of things that had been buried and forgotten. Dad led the way with the old lantern, its light flickering in a nervous rhythm. I followed close behind, my boots crunching too loudly against the gravel, every sound like it might draw something out of the ground. We checked Margaret Dunn's grave first. The chalk ring we'd placed the night before had been disturbed. Not washed away, not faded from dew or rain, but smudged in a deliberate path, one spot broken where the string disappeared into the earth. Dad knelt beside it, studied the mark, and nodded like he expected this. Then he handed me the crowbar. My hands trembled as I took it, not because I thought I'd need to use it, but because part of me was starting to believe we were going to find something beneath that grave. He told me to tap the bell pull 3 times, just like the old protocol. I did. It echoed softly into the night, followed by a pause, then a faint vibration in the ground beneath my feet. I told myself it was my imagination, but Dad didn't react like it was. He stood up slowly, eyes fixed on the soil, and said, "It's listening now." After Margaret's grave, we made our way to Section 8. This bell had only just started ringing, so the rules said we could still mark it without digging if we were fast. The name on the stone was Elias Dunn, probably a relative of Margaret's. The string on this bell was pulled so tight it looked like a bowstring, and the metal of the bell was clean, too clean, like it had been polished. Dad said that meant it was fresh, not new, but freshly used. I looked at the grass around the grave and saw that same strange distortion again, the blades bending toward the stone, not from the wind, but like they were reaching. I marked the grave, circling the headstone with chalk, just like he showed me, but my hand was shaking so badly the line came out uneven. Dad didn't say anything. He just laid a small square of cloth on top of the stone. When I asked what it was, he said it was a veil. He didn't explain further. Over the next few nights, I joined him for every inspection. We walked the path in tighter and tighter circles, never straying too far from the bell that had started it all. The graveyard grew quieter with each passing night, but not peaceful, just still, like everything was waiting. More bells began to sway faintly, softly, as though something beneath the soil was brushing them with its breath. I started recognizing the patterns. Some rang only once per night. Some would jingle lightly every hour, but always between midnight and 3 a.m. I called it the stretch. That's what it felt like the world itself was stretching, its skin going taut and thin and almost ready to tear. Dad didn't argue when I said that. He just nodded like I'd finally caught up to something he'd known for decades. We started keeping a notebook. Not just time and weather, but temperature changes, soil shifts, patterns in the markings. And something strange began to happen. We noticed that the ground was moving. Not visibly, but measurably. Stakes we placed near the disturbed graves would lean inward after just a few hours. Soil density changed, less compact, looser, like it had been turned from underneath. One morning, I found a lump of dirt beside Margaret's grave that wasn't there the night before. When I poked it with the tip of the crowbar, it crumbled open and revealed a small object inside an old tooth, cracked and blackened. It wasn't animal. It looked human. I wanted to report it, to send it to a lab or something, but Dad stopped me. If you take something from a grave that's already been disturbed, he said, you're the one that gets followed. I buried it right there without another word. I couldn't stop thinking about the idea of being followed. That something down there wasn't just responding to us, but watching, remembering, choosing. I began to feel it during the day too. The shadows around the chapel seemed longer. The trees never moved unless I was near them. My phone stopped working properly near section 12, no signal, screen glitches, camera refusing to focus when pointed at Margaret's grave. I tested it 3 times. It worked everywhere else, just not there. One night, I left my flashlight on during an inspection and set it on the ground while I tied my boot. When I looked back, it had rolled 3 feet to the side. There was no slope, no wind, just movement. Slow, creeping movement. I didn't say anything. I just picked it up and kept walking. Then came the first time I heard the bell ring with my own hand still on the pole. We were inspecting a grave near the far end of the east lot. Dad was checking for signs of soil disturbance when the string went tight and the bell jerked sideways, chiming with such force it nearly hit my face. I stumbled back and dropped the flashlight. When I looked at Dad, he was already holding the lantern high, his face pale. "Back up," he said quietly. "Don't run, just move slowly. It's testing the line." That phrase hit me harder than anything so far. Testing the line. Like whatever was below was trying to figure out if the tether still held. If the knot we'd inherited from generations past was still doing its job. That night, I barely made it back to the house without breaking into a sprint. I locked every door and window, even though I knew locks weren't the problem anymore. For the first time, I was starting to believe the bells weren't just warnings. They were part of something bigger, something living. A system we never understood, only repeated out of fear. And whatever we were keeping down there, it wasn't content anymore. I didn't notice it at first, the way things had started to shift. At first, I thought it was just the exhaustion catching up to me. A week of broken sleep, night patrols, and standing beside graves that might have been empty would do that too. Anyone. But looking back though, the change started in my father's eyes. He stopped reacting the way he used to. When a bell rang, he wouldn't flinch or reach for the logbook. He would just stare in the direction of the sound, like he was, waiting for something else. And when I'd nudge him to move, he'd take a second too long to answer, his voice low and distant. One night, I asked if he was okay. He said, "I'm just tired of listening, that's all." But it wasn't just tiredness. There was something else growing behind his eyes, something hollow. The bells themselves began to sound different. Less like metal chiming, more like a voice. It's hard to explain. The tone had shifted. The pitch wasn't sharp anymore, but low, almost melodic, like it was trying to mimic speech. The one near Section 8 rang with a slow, drawn-out hum. That lasted far longer than any wind or pull could explain. When I mentioned it to Dad, he told me not to talk about it out loud, not even at home. "Don't name it," he said. "You never give it the shape of a person." That made my skin crawl, and for the first time, I started locking my bedroom door at night. I wasn't sure who I was more afraid of, what was out there in the dirt, or the man who used to be my father but now barely spoke to me except in riddles. Then the dreams returned, only this time I wasn't the one having them. My mother was. She started waking up screaming in the middle of the night, clutching at her chest like she couldn't breathe. When I ran in, she told me she'd seen something pulling itself out of the ground behind the chapel. Said it had her father's face, but not his eyes. She hadn't dreamt about the cemetery in years, not once since she'd married into the family. But now it was every night. And the strangest part was, she never heard the bells, not even when they rang outside her window. It was like they chose not to wake her, like they only wanted me and Dad. That morning, I checked behind the chapel just to be sure. What I found made my stomach drop. A handprint in the dirt long-fingered, pressed deep into the earth, with what looked like 4 drag marks leading away. That's when I started noticing the figure. At first, it was just a shadow between the trees. I told myself it was a deer or a branch swaying too slowly. But the shape was always the same, tall, narrow, slightly bent at the shoulders. It never moved when I looked at it directly, only when I turned my head or blinked too long. One night, during our usual circuit, I caught Dad staring at the same spot between 2 oaks. I asked what he saw, and he said, "He's walking closer now," just like that. No explanation. I wanted to ask who he meant, but my voice failed. Deep down, I already knew. The soil wasn't the only thing waking up. Something had noticed us. Something that had been buried a long, long time ago and had waited until we paid attention. The final sign came from the logbook. I was updating the notes one morning when I saw that someone had written in it during the night. Someone who wasn't me or Dad. The handwriting was thin, shaky, almost childlike. Just one sentence written at the bottom of the page for September 29th. "Why did you let go of the string?" I asked Dad if he'd written it, but he didn't even come look. He just turned pale and left the room without a word. That afternoon, I found him in the chapel basement, standing in front of a box I'd never seen before. Inside were items. From old bell graves, pieces of cloth, rusted metal bits, even a small porcelain doll missing both its eyes. He was sorting them into piles, whispering something I couldn't make out. When I asked what he was doing, he said, trying to remember. What we forgot. I didn't ask again. That night, I made the mistake of breaking one of the rules. I touched the string. I hadn't meant to, but the wind had knocked one loose, and I instinctively reached out to keep it from tangling around the bell's arm. The moment my fingers wrapped around it, I felt a jolt, not electric, but emotional. Like I'd been dropped into cold water and yanked back out. I staggered, caught my breath, and let go. The bell didn't ring. But that night, the dreams were worse. I saw a tunnel of graves lined with open caskets, each one filled with someone who looked like me, mouths stitched shut, hands tied to strings that vanished into blackness above. I woke up gagging. When I pulled the covers back, there was a streak of dirt across my feet. But my boots were still by the door, untouched. By now, the bells didn't just ring at night. They rang at dawn, at noon, at dusk, short bursts like messages. Some were in unison. Others seemed to respond to one another. It wasn't random. It felt like a language. Something too old for us to read, but not too old to feel. Every time they rang, something inside me tensed, like I'd heard a call I was supposed to answer. I stopped going to school. I stopped answering texts. My world became strings, bells, shadows, and soft voices in the wind. I wasn't losing my mind. I knew that. What scared me most was realizing that I might have already lost my place in the world above. Something had noticed I was listening, and now it was trying to talk back. It was just after midnight when I realized something had changed with my father. I'd been asleep on the living room couch, half dressed and wrapped in a blanket I never remembered grabbing. The bells had woken me, 3 of them, all ringing at once. Not loudly, but in sync. That was new. Until then, they always rang like warnings. This time it sounded coordinated, like they were calling something together. I sat up, heart already racing, and listened. When the ringing stopped, I expected Dad to burst in, flashlight in hand, ready to move, but the house stayed still, too still. I got up, checked the kitchen. Empty. His boots were gone from the mat by the door. I pulled on a jacket and went outside. The night air was heavy and cold, but it wasn't just weather, it was pressure. Like the sky was hanging lower, I followed the path to Section 12, the one with Margaret Dunn's grave. That's where the sound had come from. But when I got there, I saw that the bell was gone. Not just fallen or broken, the entire pole was missing, the base torn from the earth like it had been yanked out from below. And the grave? It wasn't a grave anymore. It was a hole, 6 feet wide and at least twice as deep. The soil around, it was clawed, like something had come up with fingers, not shovels. That was when I saw the footprints, bare, large, angled inward like something unnatural had crawled up and then stood. They led off toward the woods. And then, between the trees, I saw a light, faint, orange, moving slow. I should have turned back. I know that now. But I followed it, because I had a feeling Dad had gone there first. I found him crouched in the clearing behind the chapel, the old lantern by his feet, its flame almost gone. He didn't look up when I stepped into the circle of light. He was digging not with a shovel, but with his bare hands. Slow, deliberate scoops of soil piling beside him. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "It's not Margaret. We thought it was, but it's not. She was just the lid." His hands were bleeding, and the dirt clung to his arms like it didn't want to let go. I stepped closer and saw what he was uncovering. It wasn't a body. It was another bell pole, old, rusted, buried deep with no string attached. I stared at it, confused. He looked up at me finally, and his eyes were wide and hollow. We only ever buried what we were told to, but something else was already there, something older. I stepped back, afraid of what he meant. Back at the house, I tried to piece together what I'd just seen. I went through the oldest ledgers and the office records, so brittle the pages cracked under my fingers. Some names were listed twice, some not at all. Entire plots with no corresponding death certificates. And worse, some records had symbols drawn instead of names. Circles inside circles, spirals, and one that looked like a tree upside down. I remembered seeing that last one scratched into the back wall of the chapel basement, behind the shelves. That wasn't some bored caretaker's doodle. It was a marker, a warning, maybe even a seal. And something had broken it the next night. The bells didn't ring, not a single one. That might sound like a relief, but it wasn't. The silence was worse. It felt like the whole cemetery had exhaled after holding its breath for a century, but it didn't bring peace. It brought movement. Around 3 a.m., the motion lights near the front gate flicked on. I checked the feed from the small security cam and froze. There was someone standing in the path, tall, no face visible, no clothes I could identify, just stillness. After a few seconds, the light clicked off and the figure vanished. When I checked the ground the next morning, there were no footprints. Just a small coil of twine tied into a knot, sitting right in the middle of the road, the kind used for bell strings. I didn't touch it. I confronted Dad that morning, told him we couldn't keep pretending we were just caretakers, that this was something beyond us now. He didn't argue. He just looked at me and said, "It's not about the graves anymore. It's about the ones who watched them." I didn't understand at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized what he meant. The bells weren't just there to protect the dead. They were to distract the ones below, to give them something to pull, to occupy their time. Once the strings broke, once the signals stopped, they started looking up, toward the ones who had been listening, toward us. That night, I heard a bell ring inside the house. Not in the cemetery, inside. I searched every room, checked every cabinet, even the attic. Nothing. But the sound had come from above. So I climbed up to the attic again, this time moving every box. In the corner, hidden beneath a tarp, was a small iron cage. Inside it, a bell, clean, untouched by rust. Its string wasn't frayed, it was new. And it was tied to the beam above like it had been hung there recently. There was no way I would have missed it before. And worst of all, tied to the base of the bell was a scrap of cloth, my shirt, one I hadn't worn in weeks. I reached for it, but the moment I touched the cage, the bell rang once, loud, direct, and downstairs, something answered. The moment that bell rang in the attic, everything changed. I didn't even realize I'd dropped the cage until I heard it roll across the floor and hit the wall with a dull thud. The sound it made wasn't metallic. It was ... wet, like the inside of the bell had been filled with something soft and rotten. I didn't stop to check, I ran. Down the stairs, around the bend, through the narrow hallway toward the back porch. That's when I heard the footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from the front of the house. Not shuffling or dragging like in a movie, pacing, like something was moving with a purpose, with rhythm, and it knew where it was going. It sounded barefoot. I didn't wait to see who or what it was. I yelled for my dad, but no one answered. The footsteps turned into a run. I flew out the back door, flashlight swinging wildly, heart pounding so loud it drowned out everything else. I cut across the yard, past the old garden bed, over the stone border that marked Section 1. The air was wrong, too still and heavy, like the entire cemetery had turned into a sealed tomb. I could feel the pressure building, like the sky was trying to press me into the dirt. Behind me, I heard the porch steps groan. Something had followed. I ducked behind the mower shed and held my breath. The silence that followed was worse than the footsteps. There's a kind of quiet that doesn't feel empty, it feels full. Like something is standing inches away, listening to your heartbeat, smiling because it already knows where you'll go next. I didn't wait to find out. I ran toward the chapel, knowing it was the only building with walls thick enough to buy time. I don't know why I thought it would help. Maybe because it was sacred ground. Maybe because it was the only place I'd never seen the shadows enter. When I got to the chapel door, I found it open, not cracked, swinging, like someone had already gone inside. I stepped in slowly, my flashlight catching dust in the beam, and saw the altar light flickering. That light hadn't worked in years, and yet there it was, swaying back and forth like it had been disturbed by wind or breath. I called out for Dad again. Nothing. Just the hum of the bell I now realized was coming from beneath the floorboards. The chapel has a cellar. Most people don't know that. It's used for storing old hymnals, decorations, and the caretaker's ledgers. But that night, the door at the back of the altar stood wide open, the stairs leading down swallowed by black. I hesitated at the top step, but I could hear something scratching, dragging, soft whispers rising from the dark. Against every instinct I had, I descended. The flashlight dimmed with each step, like the darkness was swallowing the batteries. At the bottom, the air was damp and cold. The floor was covered in fresh soil, like someone had brought it in by the shovel. In the center of the room stood my father, back turned to me, hands at his sides. I called his name, but he didn't answer. When I touched his shoulder, he finally turned, and his face didn't look like his face anymore. It was him, but it wasn't. His eyes were too wide, his pupils completely black. His mouth hung slightly open, and his skin looked drained, pulled too tightly across his bones. He blinked slowly and said, "They asked me to dig, so I did." Then he pointed behind me. I turned and saw the floor cracking open, soil splitting in a perfect circle. Something was rising. Not quickly, not with force. It didn't have to. It knew we weren't leaving. The thing was tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that bent wrong, and skin that didn't reflect the light. I couldn't see its face. It didn't have one. Just a dark, empty space where features should have been. From that void came the softest sound, like a bell, barely brushed, just enough to pull. I grabbed my father and pulled him toward the stairs. He didn't resist, but he didn't help either. It was like dragging a man who had already accepted he belonged to the dirt. I got him to the top just as the lights in the chapel explode, one by one, in bursts of glass and sparks. We stumbled out into the cold, both of us falling hard against the gravel. The sky looked wrong. Red at the edges, black overhead, and full of something that flickered in patterns like strings being plucked. The bells were ringing again, all of them now. Every grave, every string. They rang in rhythm, forming a wall of sound that pushed against our skulls like pressure waves. My father finally screamed. He fell to his knees, clutching his ears, muttering words I didn't recognize. I hauled him up, dragging him toward the house. When we reached the front porch, we found Mom standing in the doorway, her face blank, eyes unfocused. She held something in her hand, a broken bell cage, its string dangling like a limp noose. "He said you let go," she whispered. "He said you listened too long." I didn't know what that meant, not completely, but something inside me understood it was true. We'd spent too much time observing, measuring, respecting the rules, without ever asking why the rules were there. And when we finally broke one, even just a little, that was all it needed. The tether had snapped. It didn't need the bells anymore. It didn't need the graves. It had a path now. Through us, we packed before sunrise. No plan, no strategy, just movement. I took the old logbook, the veil cloths, the family records. My father stayed silent, his hands shaking. Mom wouldn't step outside until the sky turned gray. As we drove away, the bells were still ringing, but not in chaos. They rang like a lullaby, like a song meant to be remembered. I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. At the edge of the cemetery, near Margaret Dunn's grave, stood a figure, motionless, watching. As we crested the hill, I saw the last bell pole collapse into the soil, pulled down like it had never existed at all. It's been 7 months since we left the cemetery. I haven't seen the bell poles. I haven't walked between the graves or marked soil with chalk. We live in a rental now, small, clean, far from any graveyards, just like we planned. The house sits on a slab foundation, no crawl space, no basement. I checked the soil type before we signed the lease. Clay heavy, packed deep and dry. Hard to dig through, harder to move beneath. Still, I keep a bell in my drawer. Not one of the old ones, just a regular service bell from a hardware store. I keep it because I can't stop listening. Even here, even now, I wake up in the middle of the night and sit in the dark, waiting to hear it. Waiting for the sound that means he's found us again. And sometimes, I swear I do hear it. Not loud, just a soft jingle, like a breath pressing. Against the memory of metal, my father hasn't spoken much since we left. He sits outside most evenings with the same lantern from that night, even though we're surrounded by nothing but asphalt and chain link fences. He doesn't tend to soil anymore, but he still watches the ground. He hums now, low and off-key. Usually between midnight and 2 a.m. I recognize the tune. It's the pattern the bells rang on that final night. 3 short, 1 long, 2 short, over and over again. I tried asking what it means once, but he just stared past me and whispered, "They never forget who listens." I think something in him broke, but not in the way people think of madness. It's more like he's become a part of the system he tried to warn me about. He didn't survive it. He adjusted to it. Mom's doing her best to act normal. She goes to work, reads novels on the couch, tries to cook meals like everything's fine. But I catch her flinching every time the wind rattles the windows. And I've noticed she started wearing earbuds to bed, always playing white noise, even when she sleeps. She never asks about the cemetery, never mentions the bells, never comments when Dad disappears outside after dark. It's like we made a quiet, unspoken pact. Don't look back, don't ask questions, and maybe we'll stay safe. But safety isn't a state, it's a delay. And deep down, I know she hears it too. She just doesn't want to admit it. A few weeks ago, a letter arrived. No return address, no postage. Just a plain envelope tucked inside our screen door. Inside was a photograph, grainy and gray, but I recognized it instantly. Section 12. The camera was angled toward Margaret Dunn's grave, or what was left of it, because there was no headstone anymore, no string, no pole, just a circle of disturbed earth and, in the center, something carved into the dirt. At first, I thought it was random, but the more I stared, the clearer it became. It was a bell, not drawn, dug, shaped with fingernails. Beneath the photo, someone had written a date, October 13th. That's next week. I haven't told my parents. I just folded the letter and slid it under the drawer with the bell. I've started dreaming again, and they're not mine. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. I fall asleep and wake up in soil. The dreams aren't violent. They're quiet, peaceful, almost. I see roots growing in reverse, pulling upward. I see my own hands folding across my chest, the bell string looped gently between my fingers. I hear the sound not just in the dream, but in my bones. It's not a warning anymore. It's a rhythm, a ritual, something that's always been there, waiting for someone to fall back into it. When I wake up, I always check my fingers. Last week, I found dirt under my nails. I hadn't left the house in 2 days. Then, just last night, I found something. On the front steps, not a note, not a photograph, a bell. Not the one I'd been keeping in the drawer. A different one, rusted, dented, and tied with twine that was unmistakably old. It was sitting perfectly centered on the mat, like someone wanted to make sure we saw it first thing. I didn't touch it. I just closed the door, locked it, and sat with my back against the wood for hours. I waited, listening for footsteps, for whispers, for scratching from beneath. None came, just the bell, sitting outside like a promise that whatever rules we thought we followed, we never truly understood them. Now I don't sleep with the white noise anymore. I don't try to block it out. I listen. And every once in a while, when the wind dips and the world goes still, I swear I can hear the others. Not voices, not screams, just bells. Dozens of them dot, and they're ringing for me now. The job came at the perfect time, which in hindsight should have been my first clue something wasn't right. I was 2 months behind on rent, working part-time overnight janitorial gigs, and trying to keep up with classes during the day. My phone was one late bill away from getting shut off, and I'd already sold my PS5 just to cover groceries. So when I saw the flyer posted on the corkboard outside the student union, caretaker wanted, historic cemetery, housing provided, minimal hours, quiet atmosphere, it felt like a small miracle. I remember standing there reading the details, over and over, half expecting it to be a prank. It wasn't. The number connected to an older man named Mr. M, and by the end of the week, I was packing up my things and getting ready to move in. The cemetery was in a small town about 45 minutes outside the city. It was one of those sleepy little places you drive through without remembering the name, just a gas station, a diner, and a 2-block stretch of old storefronts that hadn't changed in decades. The cemetery itself sat on a low hill behind the Tinde, town's defunct church, surrounded by a short black fence and a dozen twisted oak trees that cast long shadows across the moss-covered stones. There were maybe 200 graves total, give or take, with the oldest markers dating back to the 1800s. Ham met me at the gate the first day, a clipboard in one hand and a set of keys in the other. He looked like someone who'd been dug up and pressed into service gray skin, stooped shoulders, eyes that never seemed to blink. But he was kind, efficient, said very little outside of what needed saying. He handed me the keys to the caretaker's cottage, which sat just inside the west gate near a crooked marble angel. The building was small but comfortable. 1 bedroom, kitchen, no TV or internet, but all utilities covered and free rent. It sounded too good to be true. I asked what the job actually involved. He told me I'd be expected to walk the grounds twice a day, keep the grass trimmed, and make sure no animals dug through the softer plots. "We don't get many visitors anymore," he said, glancing over his shoulder at the rows of sunken graves. "But the dead don't like being forgotten." I thought it was a weird way to put it, but I nodded like I understood. At the time, I was just thankful for a roof and quiet. After years of noise, cramped apartments, and stress I could barely process, the stillness of that place felt like a gift. The first few days were peaceful in a way I hadn't experienced in years. I'd wake up early, make coffee, and walk the rows of headstones, learning the names and dates like I was memorizing a map of someone else's memories. The wind always moved in slow, circular patterns through the trees, and the light filtered down in pale, golden shafts that made everything feel soft around the edges. I found myself talking aloud sometimes, greeting the stones by name, brushing moss from markers like I was visiting old friends. I know how strange that sounds, but there was something soothing about it, something deeply private. For once in my life, no one expected anything from me except presence. And for the first time since high school, I didn't feel like I was being crushed by noise. M came by once every few days to drop off supplies, gas for the mower, cleaning, materials for the chapel, which had become more of a storage shed than a place of worship. He never stayed long, never asked questions. But he always said the same thing when he left: let them rest. I assumed it was just a poetic way of saying don't mess with the graves, and I took the rules seriously. I didn't touch anything that looked unstable. I kept my distance from the few cracked monuments, and when I trimmed the grass near older headstones, I did it by hand so the mower wouldn't damage the stone. Over time, the job became a kind of meditation. My phone barely got signal, which meant no doom scrolling or late-night distractions. I started sleeping better, eating better. I even started painting again, something I hadn't done since my first semester before life got heavy. I painted the trees first, then the chapel, then the row of angel statues that marked the oldest section of the grounds. There were 12 of them, evenly spaced, all facing west. I found that odd since the newer graves faced east toward the rising sun. But these statues faced away from the town, as if watching something coming from the woods. I brought it up once when Am stopped by. He looked over at them, scratched his chin, and said they were always like that, older than the stones behind them. That didn't make sense. The plaques beneath the statues listed names and dates that should have come later. But I let it go. Not everything old needs an explanation. Sometimes things are just the way they are. By the third week, I'd developed a routine. Mornings were for walking the perimeter, afternoons for small repairs or painting, evenings for quiet reading or journaling. I hadn't felt this grounded in years. No roommates, no landlord banging on the door, no classes to rush to. Just me, the trees, and the sound of wind moving through the leaves. I should have known it wouldn't last. The first crack came one night just after sunset, when I noticed one of the angels had shifted. Not much, just a few degrees. But I knew I hadn't touched it, and I'd spend the day sketching that row. I checked the photo I'd taken with my phone the week before, and sure enough, the statue had moved. I figured it must have been a prank. Maybe some local kids messing with me. But the fence hadn't been disturbed, and the gate was still locked from the inside. A few nights later, I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to a sound I couldn't place. Not wind, not animals, not the hum of the heater. It was music. Faint, slow, and oddly rhythmic, like an old music box playing underwater. I got out of bed and looked through the window. The cemetery was quiet. Nothing moved. But when I pressed my ear to the glass, I could still hear it, distant and dreamlike. I stepped outside, but the music stopped the second I opened the door. I waited a few minutes in the cold before going back to bed, telling myself it was just the pipes or some weird echo off the chapel walls. But the next morning, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. In the dirt near the western statue row, someone had dragged a long line across the grass like a heel or a toe sliding backwards through the soil. It led from the chapel to the angels. I brushed it off. I had to. I couldn't afford to believe it was anything more than a natural disturbance or my imagination. I was finally starting to feel stable again. I told myself that I was tired, that I'd been alone too long, and that a little paranoia was normal when your only company was a bunch of forgotten tombstones. But part of me knew better. Part of me had felt it from the first night I arrived, something deeper than stillness. In that soil, something watching with a patience I couldn't match. Something that had waited a very long time to be noticed again. And whatever it was, I just stepped into its rhythm. For the first few days after the music and the dragging mark, I tried to return to normal. I focused on chore sweeping the chapel, logging gravestone repairs, trimming grass around the perimeter fence. But my mind wouldn't stop circling what I'd seen. I started walking the grounds with my phone's camera open, snapping photos of the same places at different times each day. Then I'd compare them at night, laying the images side by side to check if anything had changed: tree branches, statue positions, even the way shadows fell. It was obsessive, I know, but I needed to feel like I had some kind of control, some proof that things weren't shifting when I wasn't looking. But almost every time, there was something just a little off. An angel's hand angled slightly, more to the left. A stone that had been upright now leaning by an inch. It was never dramatic, never obvious, but enough to feel like the place had begun adjusting to me. That was when I decided to map everything out myself. The old cemetery. Records were spotty at best. Half the entries were handwritten in fading ink, and the chapel's record room was more mold than paper. So I took a notebook and started logging headstones by name, row, and location. It became a routine. I'd wake up at sunrise, take a thermos of coffee, and walk each section in a spiral pattern, sketching what I saw. I tried to stay logical. I chalked the movement up to old stone settling, wind, animals, anything but what I feared. But the more time I spent marking grave placements, the more it became clear something didn't fit. Several plots were completely unlisted. Some stones had no names, just symbols, rings, stars, upside-down trees. I didn't remember seeing those when I first arrived, but there they were now, plain as day. I brought it up to Anne the next time he stopped by. He didn't laugh, but he didn't look surprised either. They weren't meant to be counted, he said, shifting the box of fuel cans from his truck bed. Those are older graves. Family. Plots from before the war. I asked him which war, but he didn't answer. Just looked out toward the western ridge, where the 12 angels still stood watch. "You're better off just sticking to your rounds," he added, voice flat. Then, he handed me a small tin and said, "For the cold." It was a bell. Not like the others. This one was older, hand-cast, with a braided leather cord instead of a string. He told me to keep it on my belt, just in case I ever needed to be found. That word stuck with me. Not helped. Not contacted. Found. Like something could take me out of reach. That night I went back to the chapel. I don't know why. I just needed to feel grounded. Needed to remind myself this was still just a job: grass, stone, air, silence. But the moment I stepped inside, I felt it again. That weight. That quiet pressure in the bones of the building. The air was colder inside, sharper. Dust floated like it had just been disturbed. I checked the back room, where old ledgers were stacked in warped cabinets, and I found something new, an old painting propped behind a broken desk. It was nearly black with age, but the shape was clear. 12 figures in a circle, facing outward, hands linked at the edge of a pit. Behind them stood more figures, blurred and headless, shadows stretching from the trees. I touched the corner, and flakes of paint fell off like dried skin. Beneath the flakes were marks. Not brush strokes. Scratches. The next morning, I went back to that western edge and recounted the angels. Still 12. But now I noticed that one had a small crack running down its robe. I could swear it hadn't been there before. I leaned in to inspect it, and that's when I saw it inside the crack. Something was stuffed. I pulled it out slowly and realized it was paper, damp, rolled tight, and nearly ruined. I unfolded it with care and held it to the light. There were words written in an uneven hand, but most had faded into gray smears. The ones I could still read said, "They rise when remembered, dance when watched, follow the one who maps their steps." I don't know how long I stood there, reading it over and over, trying to understand if it was a warning, a curse, or both. I put the paper in my journal, zipped it shut, and started to think seriously about leaving. That night, I dreamed of the figures from the painting. I stood in the center of the circle, watching the 12 lock arms, their bodies stiff like puppets. Around them, the shadowy figures moved in slow spirals, heads tilted, limbs stretched like wind-blown branches. Then the bell on my belt rang. Not in the dream, in real life. I woke up sitting upright in bed, gasping. The bell was still swinging, even though there was no wind in the room. I got up, heart hammering, and looked out the window. The cemetery was still, but in the dirt beneath the nearest oak, someone or something had drawn a spiral. I hadn't been outside all day. I hadn't made it. Yet it was fresh, perfect, still damp with morning dew. I started packing the next afternoon. Not because I was terrified, though I was, but because the part of me that used to dismiss these things was now very quiet. The rational part. The part that thought everything could be explained with erosion or memory glitches or animals. That voice was gone. In its place was an itch and understanding that whatever lived in that ground didn't care whether I believed. In it, it only cared that I'd paid attention, that I'd seen it, mapped it, that I was now part of the pattern. Still, I wasn't going to leave without at least talking to M one more time. I needed answers. Or, at the very least, permission to forget. I called him 3 times. No answer, so I walked into town the next morning, hoping to find someone who knew where he lived. I stopped at the diner and asked the woman at the counter if she knew him. She looked confused at first, then said, "Honey, M passed away 2 years ago. Heart attack in his truck right outside the cemetery." I laughed, said that couldn't be right. I'd been seeing him for weeks. But she shook her head and even showed me a framed photo from the town newsletter. It was him. Same face, same jacket, same damn clipboard. But the date on the article was from 22/1 dot, and just like that, the last excuse I had vanished. I don't know what made me stay that night. Maybe it was pride, or maybe it was fear in disguise, fear of not knowing, fear of what I might be taking with me if I left without answers. Either way, after walking back from the diner with the image of an obituary burned into my head, I unlocked the cottage, sat on the edge of the bed, and told myself I'd pack in the morning. It wasn't a decision so much as a resignation. The air inside felt heavier than usual, like the walls had taken a breath and were now waiting for mine. I didn't bother making dinner. I just sat in the armchair with the bell still clipped to my belt, thumbing the edge of the cracked angel paper until the sun dipped behind the trees. As darkness settled in, the silence deepened, not peaceful this time, but tense, expectant. Like the stillness before a storm you can't see coming, but already feel in your bones. Around midnight, I heard the music again. Only this time, it wasn't faint or muffled. It was loud, clear, slow, and impossibly close. The melody sounded older than anything I'd ever heard, as if someone had wound up a music box carved from bone and buried it just beneath the floorboards. It didn't loop the way most songs do. It moved in patterns, overlapping in rhythms that didn't quite match, but still made sense somehow, like multiple dancers moving in a circle but never touching. I stepped outside and scanned the cemetery. The night was black and moonless, the kind of dark that eats flashlights. But the music was still there, echoing faintly through the air, threading between the stones. I followed it past the chapel, down toward the row of angel statues. My heart raced the closer I got, not out of panic, but something worse, recognition. Like part of me had always known I'd end up here. I stopped at the center of the row. The grass was flattened in a wide circle, and the dirt had been disturbed in a clear spiral, exactly like the drawing in my notebook. The angels were longer still. I mean, they hadn't moved while I watched them, but their positions were wrong. Their arms had changed angle, no longer folded or pointing down, but slightly raised, palms turned outward like they were pushing something away, or maybe holding it back. I felt the ground shift slightly under my feet, not enough to knock me off balance, but enough to feel a slow, steady movement from beneath, like something large rolling into place. I backed away, but the music stayed with me, curling into my ears like smoke. And then, just before I turned to run, I saw it, footprints. Bare, wide, and deep. A dozen or more, leading from the chapel's side door straight to the circle where I stood. I didn't sleep that night. I tried, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw those footprints moving back and forth around the spiral, stopping just short of the cottage steps. At one point, I swear I heard someone breathing at the window. Not gasping or rasping, just calm, controlled inhalation. Like they were standing inches away, waiting for me to acknowledge them. I buried my head under the pillow and counted to 100. When I finally looked again, the bell was swinging on the windowsill hook. I hadn't put it there, and I never once heard it ring. That's what scared me most. Whatever was moving out there had learned how to stay quiet. By morning, the world felt normal again. Birds chirped. The wind moved through the trees like it always had. Sunlight hit the stones just right, casting long shadows I used to find beautiful. But the beauty was gone now. The place had shifted. It wasn't pretending anymore. I walked to the chapel with my notebook, trying to act like I was still in control. Inside, everything was as I left it, except the painting. It was gone. In its place was an empty frame, the wall behind it scratched and peeling. I checked the floorboards where the spiral had started. No marks, but when I opened my notebook to log it anyway, I found a new drawing had been added, one I hadn't made. A series of figures, hand-drawn in charcoal, dancing in a perfect circle. Each wore a different face, and one of them was mine. That was the moment I realized it wasn't trying to scare me. It was inviting me, pulling me in step by step, night by night, dream by dream. And maybe I'd already said yes without knowing it. Maybe the moment I started mapping, sketching, naming the stones and studying their rhythms, I'd become part of whatever was rehearsing here under the soil. The cadaver waltz, that's what I started calling it in my head. A slow, ancient dance choreographed in dirt and silence, waiting for its next participant. And whether I left or not might not matter anymore, because I'd already heard the music, and once you hear it, it never really stops. I told myself I was still leaving, that I just needed one more day to get things in order. But that was a lie. Deep down, I knew I wasn't going anywhere. Not yet. The waltz had its hooks in me, and the more I tried to rationalize what was happening, the more everything else lost meaning. That next day, I stayed inside until almost noon, the blinds drawn, the lights off, trying to sleep. But I couldn't. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw the dirt moving like water, the statues bending just slightly toward each other, their hands forming that closed circle from the painting. I kept hearing that music too, not always loud, but just beneath everything, beneath the wind, beneath my heartbeat. And I knew it wasn't a hallucination, because it followed me even in waking. It was like a pulse rising through the ground. When I finally stepped outside, the whole cemetery looked different. It wasn't just that it felt off, it actually was off. The rows were no longer straight. Some of the graves had shifted forward by inches, and the angels, all 12 of them, had now rotated slightly inward, just a few degrees. Subtle, but not natural. The grass around them was flattened in wide arcs, as if feet had been dragging slowly in synchronized steps. I stood there, trying to make sense of it, when I felt the soil give beneath my boot. It wasn't soft like rain-soaked earth, it collapsed. My foot sank a few inches before I yanked it out, and beneath where I'd stepped was a hollowed space, just wide enough for something to tunnel through. There were claw marks along the side, 5 long scrapes running parallel, deep and deliberate. I didn't check the chapel that day. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. I knew if I did, the painting, or whatever had replaced it, would be waiting. Instead, I walked the outer fence and checked the perimeter, hoping, praying for a sign of intrusion. Something logical. Kids, a bear, anything. But the ground was undisturbed along the edges. No footprints, no broken branches. Only the interior of the cemetery had changed, like the shift was happening from the center outward, not the other way around. That night, I double-locked the cottage door, slid the desk in front of it, and taped blackout cloth across the windows. I placed salt along the threshold, not because I believed it would help, but because it gave my hands something to do, something to fight the helplessness. Around 1 a.m., I heard the bell again, not the one on my belt, but the one from inside the spiral. The deep, dry chime of rusted metal swinging at a measured pace. Then I heard footsteps, slow, dragging, not trying to hide. They circled the cottage once, maybe twice, then silence. I held my breath for so long my vision blurred. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke up, the door was still locked, the desk still in place, and the salt was undisturbed. I felt foolish until I checked the notebook on the table. A new sketch had been added. It showed the cottage from above, perfectly proportioned, with little arrows drawn in looping patterns around it. The arrows were footprints, and they matched the exact number of steps I'd heard. After that night, things escalated. The soil around the graves began to breathe, rising and falling in slow pulses like the chest of a sleeping giant. I recorded it once on my phone, but when I played it back, all I saw was static and dust. That same day, I saw someone in the chapel window, A face, pale, wide-eyed, watching me from inside. I ran to the door and threw it open, but no one was there. Only a fresh groove in the dirt floor, a perfect circle, and at its center, a shoe. My shoe, the same one I'd lost weeks ago and forgotten about. Only it wasn't dirty. It was polished clean, sitting upright like someone had just taken it off. I didn't touch it. I just backed out, shut the door, and locked it. When I turned around, one of the angel statues had shifted another inch inward. I stopped eating. Stopped calling anyone. Not that I had many people to talk to. My phone barely held a charge now, and the signal came and went like breath through cracked lips. I tried to email the historical society listed on the county records, hoping for blueprints or maps, but never got a response. I even considered going to the police, but what would I say? The statues are moving on their own and the dirt is dancing. I wasn't ready to be committed, and besides, some part of me still didn't want to leave. That's the worst part of all this. The understanding that the deeper I got, the less I wanted to escape. Not because I felt safe, but because the pull had become familiar, intimate, like I belonged in the rhythm now. Like the waltz had made space for me. The final straw came the day I discovered the new headstone. It wasn't there the day before, I'm sure of that. It sat at the edge of the spiral, a smooth black marble slab with no moss, no wear. Just one line of inscription. He walked the pattern and forgot to stop. No name, no dates. Just those words cleanly etched. I touched the stone and felt it hum beneath my fingertips. Not vibration humming. Like a voice without a throat, singing through solid rock. I ran back to the cottage, locked myself inside, and opened the journal again. The original pages were still there, but between them, new ones had appeared. More drawings, more spirals. One showed a figure at the center, arms raised, surrounded by 12 dancers, and this time, all of their faces were mine. It started with the lights. Not in the cottage, but out in the woods beyond the fence thin, shifting glows that pulsed between the trees in colors I couldn't quite name. They weren't like flashlights or lanterns. They moved too smoothly, too low to the ground, almost like they were swimming instead of shining. The first time I saw them, I tried to convince myself it was moonlight catching mist or the glare from distant traffic. But there was no mist, and the nearest road was 2 miles away. The light moved with purpose. It danced drifting in arcs, tracing slow, deliberate circles in the underbrush before vanishing behind trunks, only to appear again at the other side of the fence. Always circling, always watching. I stayed up all night, eyes locked to the window, too scared to blink. When morning came, the fence gate was wide open. I thought about running again. I even packed a bag and brought it to the door. But every time I reached for the knob, I heard it, the music. Not in the distance now, inside. Inside my head, inside the floor. Seeping through the wood like something alive and ancient, wrapping itself around my bones. I dropped the bag and stumbled back, heart racing. Then came the voices, not whispering or muttering, but laughing. Not in mockery, either. It was laughter like children playing a game they didn't know was dangerous. It echoed just outside the door, circling the cottage with light footsteps and little taps. I pressed my ear to the wall and listened as one voice, clearer than the rest, sang 5 notes. the same 5 notes I'd heard in the waltz. And then, slowly, something knocked 3 times, always 3, always in rhythm. That same day, I checked the grave I had seen the new headstone on. It was gone. Not the stone itself, the entire grave. Where there had been a marker, there was now flat, untouched grass. No sign of digging, no disturbed soil. Just smooth green earth like nothing had ever been there at all. But I knew what I saw. I had photos. Except when I pulled them up on my phone, they were gone. All of them. Every picture of the cemetery, the angels, the spirals deleted. My phone had reverted to factory settings. The only thing left was a voice memo I don't remember recording. I played it back and heard my own voice, but I wasn't speaking. I was humming the melody from the waltz, over and over again, soft, deliberate, in perfect time. I ran to the chapel, needing answers, needing something solid I could hold on to. When I opened the door, it was darker than usual, like the sunlight itself refused to cross the threshold. Inside, I found the painting again. It was back on the wall, fully restored, no longer cracked or flaking. The colors were sharper, and the figures were clearer than before. The dancers had faces now. All of them were mine. Each figure had my eyes, my mouth, my slouched posture, locked in a pose that looked like agony frozen mid-motion. Their arms were outstretched, reaching not toward each other, but toward me. As I stared, I realized the background was changing, slowly fading from forest to chapel to cottage. And then one of the figures turned its head. I don't mean in the painting. I mean, I watched it move. I slammed the door and ran back at the cottage. Everything smelled like turned soil. Damp, earthy rot seeped from the floorboards, and when I bent down to check the vent, something breathed back. Not air breath. Warm, slow, deliberate. The bell at my hip started to ring, not from any wind or movement, but as if something was pulling the sound out of it. The same rhythm, the same pace. 3 chimes, pause, 3 chimes again. I grabbed my notebook, hoping to find something, anything that would explain what was happening. But the pages had changed. My writing had vanished, replaced with delicate, looping handwriting I didn't recognize. It described a pattern, a ritual, a rehearsal for the returning. And at the bottom of the page, in dark ink, it read, "The final step begins when the music follows you home." That night, it did. By the time I woke up the next morning, the cottage had changed. The air inside felt thick, not just humid but weighted, like I was standing inside something's lungs instead of a room. The floor was covered in dirt-dark, rich soil packed in uneven mounds that looked freshly overturned. At first, I thought maybe I'd dragged it in somehow, but the footprints in the dirt weren't mine. They were bare, long, and narrow, like they belonged to someone who hadn't worn shoes in a very long time. They circled the room in perfect arcs, beginning and ending at the foot of the bed. That was the first moment I truly questioned whether I was still alive or if the waltz had already finished and I just missed my own final step. The smell was worse than ever: wet bark, rotted leaves, and something metallic beneath it all. Something like rusted bells and old blood. I tried to call someone, anyone, but my phone had stopped charging. The screen flickered like it was being drained every time I touched it, and even when I tried plugging it into the wall, The power blinked off across the entire cottage. No light, no signal, no escape. I thought maybe I could just walk. Get to the highway, flag someone down. But when I stepped outside, I found the cemetery gate was gone. Not locked, not closed, just gone. In its place was an endless row of headstones that hadn't been there before. They stretched beyond the fence line, curling into the forest in both directions, like fingers clenching into a fist. Some of the stones had names, but many didn't. Instead, they had symbols, spirals, bells, twisted trees, and dancing figures drawn in wide, looping lines. One of them had my full name. It wasn't etched in like the others. It was fresh, written in chalk across the marble, and beneath it, dress rehearsal complete. That night, I didn't bother locking the door. What was the point? I sat on the floor with the bell in one hand and the notebook in the other, flipping through pages that now changed every time I blinked. The sketches moved slowly at first, then faster, the dancers spinning in time to a rhythm I could feel in my spine. My face stared back at me from every figure, each version caught in a different step of the waltz. One with hands raised, another with eyes closed, one kneeling, one buried to the neck in soil. I threw the notebook across the room and it landed flat, open to a page I hadn't seen before. It was a message. Not handwritten, but typed in perfect block letters. You are the music now. And below that, drawn in crude ink, was a spiral. It wasn't just a symbol, it was a map. A floor plan of the cottage from above with an extra room that didn't exist. I checked every corner of that cottage, counted every wall, pushed against bookshelves, knocked on panels, pulled back rugs. Nothing. Just 4 walls, a bathroom, a bedroom, and a kitchen. Until I checked behind the tall cabinet near the rear exit. It was bolted to the wall when I moved in. I never thought much about it, but when I pressed against the wood, it shifted slightly. I leaned in harder and felt it give just enough to reveal a seam I'd never noticed before. Behind the cabinet was a door. A narrow, rotted frame hidden under years of dust and darkness. My hand shook as I reached for the knob. It was cold, far colder than anything else in the cottage. I turned it slowly, and behind that door was a staircase, wooden, steep, leading downward. Into the dirt. I didn't go down, not that night. Not because I wasn't curious, I was, but because the moment I opened that door, the music surged. It filled my ears with a clarity that no speaker or memory could match. Violins, low and whispering. Cello, slow and mournful. And the bells, those constant bells, ringing not in warning but in welcome. I slammed the door shut and shoved the cabinet back into place, then fell to the floor and screamed until my throat tore. When I finally opened my eyes, the footprints in the dirt had multiplied. They were everywhere on the walls, the ceiling, spiraling outward from where I'd stood. No longer just visitors. I was the one trespassing now. This was their place. I was just the last part of the song, and then came the knock. Not soft, not curious, but deliberate. 3 knocks, a pause, 3 more, same as always. Only this time, it came from inside the room. I turned slowly, and in the reflection of the dusty window pane, I saw someone standing behind me, pale, covered in dirt, eyes shut, arms raised like they were waiting for a cue. My cue. I turned around, but the room was empty. The bell dropped from my hand and rolled to a stop at the base of the bed. It didn't ring when it hit the wood. It rang when it stopped once. And I swear it sounded like the beginning of a song I already knew by heart. The final performance was coming. I wasn't ready. But it didn't care. I left the next morning without looking back. I didn't pack. I didn't even lock the cottage door. I just grabbed my wallet and walked. The ground felt wrong under my boots, spongy, uneven, like it had been turned recently, but I kept going. I walked past the chapel, which now stood with its doors wide open like a mouth frozen mid-song. I walked past the statues, their faces blank, arms still raised, all 12 of them angled inward toward the space I used to stand in. The spiral was gone now, flattened, as if the dance had ended and the stage was cleared. I kept my eyes straight ahead as I crossed the old fence line, heart thudding so loud I thought it might draw them back to me. For the first time since this started, I felt like something was letting me leave. Like I was being released, but not for good, just for now. Just long enough to carry the music somewhere else. I walked 3 miles until I reached the highway and flagged down a passing trucker. He took one look at me, covered in dirt and shaking like a fever patient, and didn't ask questions. Just handed me a bottle of water and drove me to the nearest gas station. I stayed there for hours, calling friends, anyone who might let me crash for a few days. I ended up at my sister's place 2 states over, and for a little while, things felt normal. I took long showers. I threw out the notebook. I slept with the light on and tried not to hear that melody in the corners of the room. But it was always there, muted at first, like background noise you can almost ignore. Then clearer, stronger, a few bars drifting into my dreams, then pressing into the quiet of waking life. Every time I turned on a fan or the fridge kicked in, I'd hear it underneath, the rhythm, the pattern, the pull. A few nights ago, I woke up standing in the hallway outside my bedroom. I don't remember getting there. I was barefoot and in my hand was a scrap of paper torn from a notebook, smeared with charcoal. It showed the spiral again, smaller this time, but still precise. Still drawn by a steady hand. Not mine. I checked the closet and found my shoes packed with dirt. My sister asked if I was okay, and I told her it was just a dream. But I didn't believe it. I still don't. Last night, I heard the knock again. Not outside, not on the walls, from beneath the bed. 3 taps, a pause, 3 more. I didn't look. I just pressed my face into the pillow and whispered the melody back to it, hoping that might be enough to buy me one more night. One more chance to pretend this isn't still happening. Looking back, though, I realize I never should have taken that job. It wasn't just a cemetery. It was something much older, something rehearsing itself through anyone who stayed long enough to learn the steps. I didn't believe in possession or curses before. I thought everything had a reason, a pattern. I was right about the pattern. I just didn't understand it. Patterns can be dances too. Rehearsals, scripts, and when you fall into the rhythm, it doesn't matter whether you're willing. Your body moves with or without you. I catch myself swaying sometimes, just slightly, when things go quiet. I move in time with something I can't hear, but I still feel. And I think it's getting closer. This morning, I found a small bell in the mailbox. No package. No return address. Just a bell, old and rusted, with a frayed leather cord and soil still caked in the seams. It rang once in my hand, even though I wasn't moving it. Just one long, cold note. I know what that means. The music's found me again. The rehearsal is over. The performance is about to begin. I've worked the graves for 26 years, and until last summer, I thought I'd seen it all. Rainstorms turning plots into mudslides, families brawling at burials, even the time we had to rebury someone because the first casket was already occupied. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what I found that day in August. Looking back, though, I should have known something was wrong when I saw the name on the ledger, Elias Horn. The man had died over 100 years ago, but somehow we were scheduled to dig his grave back up. I'll skip the boring stuff, like how I fought with the groundskeeper about the paperwork, or how the Historical Society insisted the family wanted his remains moved to a crypt on the other side of town. None of it mattered after we lifted the casket out of the dirt. It wasn't just old, it was wrong. The wood had deep grooves carved into the inside of the lid. Not rot, not termites. Claw marks. 5 deep ones, like someone inside had scratched, until their nails were gone. We found shards of fingernail embedded in the wood. That ain't right, my helper Kyle muttered, stepping back. I laughed, trying to play it cool. I told him it was probably an animal. Or maybe the coffin shifted underground and splintered weird, but he didn't laugh. Neither did I when I saw the bite marks on the inside of the lid. Real human bite marks, jagged, bleeding gums, kind of desperate. We called the rep from the favor, Historical Society, but she just told us to seal it and transport it like we were told. I wanted to walk away right then and there, but work is work. I was 3 months behind on my mortgage, and my kid needed braces, so we sealed the box. We moved it. We dropped it into the fancy crypt. That should have been the end of it. That night, I sat at the kitchen table staring at my boots. Dirt still caked the solace. My daughter, Emmy, sat across from me drawing horses on the back of my old invoices. She asked if I ever dug up treasure. I almost said yes. Instead, I told her that sometimes things in the ground are better left alone. She just giggled and asked for another juice box. God, I wish I had just quit that job. Around 2:13 a.m., I woke up to a sound I couldn't explain. Not the house settling, not raccoons. It was scraping, like claws dragging across the floorboards. I grabbed the bat I kept under the bed. My dog, Melo, was whining in the corner. He didn't want to go near the front hallway. I opened the door and listened. Silence, but something smelled wrong, like rot. Wet, sour earth and something else underneath. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks. That's what I told myself as I went back to sleep. But the next morning, there were muddy handprints on the inside of the front door. Not mine, not Emmy's. They were too big. The next few days got weirder. Kyle stopped showing up to work. The boss said he quit. No call, no explanation, just gone. His phone went straight to voicemail. I drove by his place and saw all the lights on, but no one came to the door. At home, Emmy said someone was knocking on her window at night. I told her it was a dream. Then I checked and found fresh dirt under the sill. A week later, I got home from work and found a pile of earth in the middle of the living room. No footprints, just dirt. And something sticking out of it, a fingernail, yellowed, split, human. I locked every door, every window. I even slept on the couch with the bat across my lap, but that didn't stop the sound from coming back. Scratch. 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 It came from underneath the floorboards. Under my feet. Something was digging, and it was getting closer. I finally went to the sheriff, showed him pictures, told him about the coffin, the handprints, even the nail. You know what he said? Probably a prank. You work around graves all day, might be getting to your head. He smiled when he said it, like I was some crazy old man with too many ghost stories in my toolbox. I left before I said something I'd regret. That night, I didn't sleep. I just sat in the dark with Milo pressed against my leg, shivering. Every hour, I walked the house, checked the floor, watched the windows. Nothing. Then around 4 a.m., I saw it. A single crack in the wood of my hallway floor. Just a sliver. But something was pushing up through it. Dirt. And something else, something pale and slick. I got the crowbar from the shed, pried the board loose. That's when I saw it. A hole, fresh and deep, dug straight from underneath my foundation. At the bottom, something moved. A hand gaunt, stretched thin, skin like paper reached up and grabbed the edge. That's when it hit me. The grave I'd filled didn't want to stay buried. It was coming home. For a while, things actually felt quiet again, which, looking back though, was probably the most dangerous part. That's how it always starts, just enough peace to lower your guard. After the crack in the floor, I covered it with plywood, pushed a heavy cabinet over it, and told myself it was over. I didn't tell Emmy the truth, only that the old house was settling. She believed me. Kids always do when it's their parent lying to protect them. I needed to believe it too, so I did. Even if deep down, I knew something had changed in this house. The next few mornings were almost pleasant, which feels strange to say now. I'd take Emmy to school, grab coffee from Deb's cafe, and even joked with the guys at the yard. There was a moment, I think it was that Thursday, when I was raking leaves along the back fence and felt the breeze hit just right. The air smelled like fall, the sun was low, and for a second, I forgot. I forgot about the coffin, the marks, the hand. I told myself I'd overreacted, that maybe I'd been exhausted and imagined what I saw. Stress plays tricks on your eyes, right? I'd started to believe that maybe the worst was behind us. Milo started eating again. He'd gone a full day without touching his food, but that Friday he gobbled up a whole bowl like nothing was wrong. Animals can sense things we can't, so I took it as a sign. Emmy had a school project that night and sprawled across the living room floor, cutting shapes out of colored paper. I made us grilled cheese and tomato soup, and we watched an old cartoon we both loved. It was the first normal night in what felt like weeks. I even let her sleep in my bed when she asked. She said she didn't like her room lately, said it smelled like worms. I laughed it off and told her it was probably the rain seeping in through the windows. I spent Saturday working on the old shed out back. The lock had rusted off years ago, and the roof was bowing in from water damage. Nothing strange happened that day, not even a flicker of weirdness. The hole in the floor stayed sealed. No more noises, no more dirt, no handprints on the door. I started sleeping through the night again. By Sunday, I was even thinking of calling Kyle. Maybe we could patch things up, see what really made him walk off the job. I figured whatever scared him had been in his own head, just like it had been in mine. That's what I kept telling myself. We even went out that evening, Emmy and me. She wanted to get ice cream before it got too cold for it. There's a little place down by the reservoir that stays open late, and we sat on the hood of my truck eating sundaes with hot fudge while dragonflies buzzed the water. Emmy asked me why people die. She does that sometimes, drops these heavy questions out of nowhere. I told her I didn't know, that maybe no one does. She said she saw a man in the backyard last night. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. What man? I asked. She shrugged. The one with no shoes. His feet were dirty. He was looking at my window. I laughed again, a little too loud. I told her it was just a dream, and she didn't press it. But I stopped sleeping well after that. By Monday, I was back to work at the cemetery. Nothing fancy, just a cleanup shift on the older east side, where the stones lean like drunks and the names are so faded you need charcoal to make out the letters. I spent most of the day clearing leaves and making notes on which plots needed maintenance. Around 3 p.m., I saw something odd near Section D, just a dent in the soil, like something had shifted beneath it. I pressed my boot against it. It gave slightly, soft underneath, like the ground was breathing. I told myself it was tree root movement, maybe the soil settling again. But my chest tightened all the same. That night, I dreamt of the casket again. Only this time, the lid was open, and I was the one inside. I still wasn't ready to admit it, not to myself, not to anyone. I wanted to keep pretending things were fine. So when Emmy asked to have her friend sleep over the next weekend, I said yes. Her laughter echoed through the house like music, and for a few hours, the place felt alive again. We made popcorn. We watched movies. They built a pillow fort. It almost felt like we were whole again. I should have known better. The signs were all there. The silence under the floor. Milo barking at walls. The new dent near Section D and the dream god, the dream. That wasn't imagination. That was a warning. I tucked the girls in around midnight and sat by the window with a beer in my hand. I watched the wind bend the trees and listened for anything out of place. At 1:27 a.m., I heard it again, the scrape, faint but steady, coming from under the house. I didn't move. I just listened. And after a minute, it stopped. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it wasn't. But when I went back to check on the girls, Emmy's friend was asleep. Emmy wasn't. She was standing at the window, her finger against the glass, pointing down toward the yard. I asked what she was doing, and she whispered, "He's not finished digging yet." The next morning started with that kind of dull headache you get when you haven't really slept, but still got up early to pretend you did. Emmy was quiet at breakfast, unusually so, even for her. Her friend's mom picked her up around 9, and I caught the girl looking back at the house through the car window with this weird, almost scared expression. When I asked Emmy about it, she just said her friend thought our house was too cold. But that's the thing, it wasn't cold. Not until that day. The thermostat was working fine, but every room felt like it was buried 6 feet under. I started wearing my old army jacket inside, and Milo refused to leave his blanket pile by the radiator. I didn't want to say it out loud, but I felt it too. A chill that had nothing to do with weather. The first thing to go missing was my watch. Nothing fancy, just a scratched up Seiko I'd worn for almost a decade. I always left it on the little ceramic dish by the sink, but that morning it was gone. I asked Emmy if she'd seen it, but she just shrugged. I tore apart the living room, checked under the couch cushions, even looked inside the fridge. Don't ask, I was tired. No watch. I figured maybe I'd left it at work. Then I found the dish it had been sitting in. It was shattered on the floor, behind the bookshelf. Not fallen tucked, like someone placed it there on purpose. There were scratches on the wall behind it too. Thin, parallel, like nails. I didn't tell Emmy. I didn't want to scare her. But I didn't sleep easy that night either. By Wednesday, more things started disappearing. First my flashlight, then my small toolbox, and then something that really got under my skin, Emmy's nightlight. She cried when she saw it was gone. I searched everywhere, even the attic crawl space, which I hated. Nothing. No sign of any of it. I would have thought maybe she was just misplacing things, but the pattern was too strange. Every missing item was something tied to light, protection, or fixing. The final straw came when I noticed the iron cross from my bedroom wall had vanished, nails and all. I stood there staring at the empty spot, my stomach tight, the room feeling smaller with every breath. I should have called someone then. I should have. At least told someone what was happening. But who the hell do you even call for something like this? I tried to talk to the sheriff again, this time showing him the claw marks I found behind the bookshelf. He gave them a half glance, then leaned back in his chair like he was trying not to laugh. Could be a raccoon, he said. Or maybe termites. When I told him about the casket, the dirt, the missing stuff, he raised an eyebrow and asked if I'd been drinking. I left before I said anything I'd regret. Back in my truck, I sat there for a few minutes just breathing. I remember gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. I wasn't mad at him for not believing me. I was mad at myself for expecting him to. These people don't understand what it's like to know in your bones that something is wrong. Something deep and rotten that lives under the floorboards of your life. At home, Emmy had started drawing again. Normally, I'd be happy about that. She'd stopped for a while after her mom passed, but these new drawings weren't. Right, they were all of the same man, over and over. A tall, thin figure with a torn mouth and empty eye sockets, standing beside her bed. Sometimes in the drawings, he was holding something, my missing flashlight, the cross, her nightlight. In one, he had a shovel. I asked her where she got the idea, and she said, "He stands outside the door sometimes. He doesn't knock anymore." That night, I sat outside her bedroom until dawn. I didn't hear anything, but I swear I felt something watching me from behind the walls. like the house had grown lungs and was breathing just slow enough for me to miss it. Then came the noise. Not the scratch from before. This time it was knocking. Rhythmic, methodical. 3 knocks, followed by silence. Then 3 more, coming from the crawl space vent behind the kitchen. I didn't want to open it. Every instinct I had screamed not to, but I had to know. I unscrewed the panel, flashlight in one hand, crowbar in the other. Nothing inside but dust, insulation, and an old dead mouse. But the smell, God, the smell. It hit me like a wave of sour earth and mildew-soaked wood. I gagged and dropped the flashlight. That's when I saw it. Something scrawled in the dust on the inside wall of the crawl space. Just one word, traced by a finger. Closer. I sealed the vent and didn't sleep at all that night. By Friday, Emmy started sleepwalking. The first time I found her, standing in the hallway around 2:30 a.m., her hand pressed against the wall. She didn't respond when I spoke her name, just whispered something I couldn't make out and turned around to go back to bed. The second time, she was trying to open the front door. I stopped her just as she got the chain lock off. When she woke up in the morning, she didn't remember any of it. But she kept saying the same thing over breakfast. He wants something. He wants what you took. I didn't tell her that the casket had been empty when we moved it, that I never saw a body, that we never opened it. But maybe something else had. I started sleeping in a chair outside Emmy's room. Not because I thought it would stop anything. Deep down, I wasn't even sure I could, but because I didn't want to wake up one morning and find her gone. The hallway felt tighter every night, like the house was shrinking around us, pushing the walls inward bit by bit. I don't know how else to say it, but even the air had started to feel heavy, like we were breathing water instead of air. The heater was on full blast, yet every corner of the house stayed cold, especially the floors. Emmy stopped walking, barefoot altogether. Said she didn't like the way the floorboards sounded under her feet. That phrase stuck with me. Not felt, sounded, like she could hear something under there. Like something was waiting. A few nights later, Milo disappeared. I let him out the back door around 9 to do his business, and he just never came back. I stayed out there calling for him until almost midnight, flashlight in hand, boots sinking into the soft earth behind the shed. No barking, no rustling in the bushes, nothing, just silence. I found his collar 2 days later hanging from a nail inside the shed. Not dropped, hung. The tag was bent, as if something had squeezed it between its teeth. I brought it back inside and left it on the table without a word. Emmy never asked about him. I think she already knew. That night, I heard scratching again, only this time it was coming from inside the walls. It started low and slow like dragging a rake across a chalkboard, and then sped up. Frantic, panicked, like something was trying to claw its way out. I called Kyle's phone again, desperate to hear another human voice who had seen what I had. Still no answer. I tried his sister, who told me he hadn't come home in over a week. She assumed he was off on one of his moods. He got like that, apparently went silent, disappeared, then came back without a word. But something in her voice told me she didn't believe that anymore. I didn't either. I knew what I saw in that casket. I knew the hand I saw rising from the hole wasn't part of a dream. And I knew now more than ever, that we hadn't buried something. We had uncovered it. Maybe it had been trapped. Maybe. We were the idiots who let it out. I went back to the cemetery grounds that afternoon to look at the burial site. The dirt was sunken in, unnaturally so, like something had crawled up through it. The grass was dead in a perfect ring. I didn't report it. What was I going to say? That I thought a corpse had dug its way out and was now haunting my daughter? I've never felt more alone. I barely left the house. I boarded up the crawl space, nailed the basement door shut, and started carrying my crowbar from room to room. Emmy kept drawing, the same figure every time. His face never changed, eyes missing, mouth cracked wide open, hands like roots. She gave him a name, the Soil Man. When I asked her where, she heard that. She said she didn't know, that it came in through the wall. I didn't know how to respond to that. What do you say to a kid who calmly tells you that someone or something is speaking through the wood of your house? The digging sounds came back 3 nights in a row. Not under the house this time, inside it. I heard them behind the cabinets, inside the vents, even beneath the mattress. One night I leaned down to press my ear to the floor and felt heat radiating up from the wood, like a furnace was burning beneath us. That same night, Emmy woke up screaming for the first time. I found her standing in the hallway again, her hands clenched into fists so tight her nails had broken skin. She just kept saying, "He's closer now," over and over. I held her until her breathing calmed and she fell back asleep in my arms, but I couldn't sleep, not after that. Not when I heard the creak of wood shifting downstairs. Not when I saw dirt begin to sprinkle down between the cracks in the ceiling. A few days later, I found something under her bed. Not something she would have left. This wasn't a toy or a piece of clothing. It was a wooden tooth, carved, old, maybe, hand-shaped, splintered at the edges. I picked it up with a rag and tossed it in the fireplace without a second thought. It cracked once, then let out a short, almost high-pitched shriek as the flames blackened it. I tried to tell myself it was just the wood, some kind of comical reaction, but Emmy woke up from a dead sleep in the next room, crying without knowing why. When I asked what she dreamt, she said his mouth hurts when he's close. That was the first time I felt real fear, not just nerves or dread. Fear. Cold, paralyzing, all over fear. Like I'd just been marked by something I couldn't fight. The next morning, I found footprints in the hallway. Bare feet, long, arched, heel-heavy prints. They started by the back door and led to Emmy's room. But the door had stayed locked all night. I know, because I check every single one. Before bed, I went to the police again, this time with photos. The deputy on duty nodded politely, took down a report, and said they'd increase patrols around my street. That was it. Nothing else, like I was reporting a raccoon again. Later that night, I saw the patrol car parked outside, engine running, officer inside sleeping with his mouth open and his radio turned down low. That was the last time I asked for help. I knew we were on our own. Whatever had clawed its way out of that coffin wasn't finished yet. It was getting closer. Every night, it was digging toward something, or someone. It was a Thursday when I finally gave in and did the one thing I'd been avoiding for weeks. I went back to the crypt, the one where we reburied the casket. I still had the access keys, should have turned them in, but I didn't. Something had been gnawing at me ever since that day we lowered it into the ground. The claw marks, the silence from Kyle, Emmy's drawings. It all pointed to one place. So I drove back out to the graveyard just after sundown, parked at the edge of the service road, and walked the rest of the way through the rows of stones, until I reached the old stone mausoleum with the rusted gate and cracked archway. My flashlight flickered as I stepped inside, but I didn't turn back. I couldn't. Not now. The casket was still there. At least, most of it. It looked like someone or something had pried it open from the inside. The lid was askew, the hinges snapped clean off, and one corner of the box was crushed inward. Dirt was scattered across the marble floor around it, and something about the smell in there hit me wrong. It wasn't the smell of decay. It was like wet fabric that had been buried too long. Damp, earthy, and oddly metallic. I stepped closer and held my breath as I shined the light inside. There was no body, no bones, just scratch marks, thousands of them. Not just on the lid, but on every inner surface, like whoever had been inside hadn't just tried to get out. They had gone mad in there. That's when it hit me. What we dug up wasn't a person. It was a prison. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over a piece of wood that had broken off the lid. It was carved with symbols. Deep, deliberate cuts, worn. Down, but still clear. I don't know what they meant, but they weren't random. I snapped a photo and sent it to a guy I knew, Jim, a cemetery historian who specialized in old local grave customs. He texted me back 20 minutes later with just 4 words, "You need to run." I tried calling, but his number was suddenly disconnected. I haven't heard from him since. That's when I realized this thing was old. Older than Elias Horn. Older than the graveyard. The coffin wasn't holding a man. It was holding something ancient. Something that should have stayed buried forever. I made it home just before midnight. The moment I walked through the door, I knew something had changed. The air was thick and heavy, and the entire house smelled like turned soil. Emmy was still awake, sitting on the couch in the dark, her knees pulled up to her chest. She didn't look scared. She looked empty. I sat down beside her and asked what was wrong. She wouldn't look at me at first. Then, without blinking, she said, "He left something behind. It's under the house." Her voice wasn't panicked, just flat, distant. I asked her how she knew, and she looked me dead in the eye and said, "He told me." That was the moment I stopped pretending we were dealing with dreams or trauma or my own bad nerves. Something had attached itself to this place. Maybe to her. I waited until she was asleep and then pulled back the panel I'd sealed over the hallway floor. The plywood came off too easily. Beneath it, the hole had changed. It wasn't a hole anymore. It was a tunnel. Perfectly round, maybe 3 feet wide, going straight down. The air that poured up from it was cold and damp, thick with the smell of grave earth and something else, something sour and sweet like spoiled fruit. I lowered my flashlight down as far as I could. The beam barely pierced the black, but I saw movement. A slow shifting in the soil, as if something was breathing down there, waiting. I almost called the cops again. Almost. But I knew they wouldn't believe me, and I wasn't sure it would matter even if they did. Instead, I grabbed the crowbar, a roll of plastic tarp, and my old camping light and went down into the basement. The far wall had a strange discoloration I hadn't noticed before. When I touched it, the bricks crumbled inwards like they were hollow. Behind them was a crawl space I'd never seen on the blueprints, about 10 feet long, 5 feet high, and packed with dirt, bones, and things I didn't want to look at too closely. In the center, laid out in a circle of stones, was something that stopped me cold. My missing watch, Emmy's nightlight, Melo's collar, and worst of all, the tiny ceramic dish that had shattered behind the bookshelf. All of it placed like offerings around a small mound of dirt. At the top of the mound was a tooth. A real one this time, yellowed, human, still bloody at the root. I don't know how long I stood there, staring. Long enough for the camping light to start dimming. That's when I heard the whispering. Faint, dry, like someone breathing through cracked lips. It came from behind me, but when I turned around, no one was there. The voice didn't say words, at least not ones I could understand. Just syllables, choked and guttural, and a feeling. In my chest, like someone was digging into my ribs with icy fingers. I backed out slowly, covered the hole with bricks the best I could, and swore never to go down there again. But I knew the truth now. The digging wasn't random. It had a destination. It was leaving messages, collecting things, and building something. Something that would allow it to come through completely. That night, I barely slept. When I finally did drift off, I had a dream, or maybe it wasn't a dream at all. I was back in the graveyard, standing over the empty casket. Only now, it wasn't empty. The soil man was inside it, grinning up at me, his arms stretched out as if waiting for a hug. His fingers were long, twisted, caked in blood and dirt. Then he opened his mouth, and I saw a line of my teeth, growing from his gums like trophies. I woke up screaming. Emmy came running in, calm as ever, and said, "He's almost done now." "He says it's your turn." She climbed into bed beside me and fell asleep instantly. I lay there, eyes open, heartbeat pounding in my ears, staring at the ceiling as a soft scratching sound began. Directly underneath my bed, I woke the next morning, still dressed, the sheets twisted around my legs like vines. Emmy was gone from the bed. Panic shot through me so fast I almost threw up. I tore through the house, calling her name, checking every window and door. They were all locked. Finally, I found her crouched beneath the kitchen table, scribbling something into the wood with a nail she must have found in the junk drawer. When I pulled her out, she didn't even look confused or guilty. She just said, "He told me what you did. He says you tried to bury him wrong." I didn't know how to answer that. I wanted to scream at her to stop, to tell her that none of this was her fault. But how do you explain to your daughter that you might have released something into the world by doing your job? That day I did what I should have done weeks ago. I called Father Mallory. He'd buried half the people in town, and while I hadn't been to church in years, I remembered how he used to say that not everything that dies stays gone. When I told him what was happening, there was a long silence on the other end. Then he said, "I've heard of Elias Horn. He was supposed to be buried in consecrated ground, but there were rumors. Old ones. You shouldn't have moved that casket." I told him I didn't have a choice. He asked if I could meet him at the house that night. I said yes. I didn't tell Emmy he was coming. I just told her we were having company and she should stay upstairs no matter what. She nodded and went up without arguing, which scared me more than if she'd fought. Mallory showed up just before sundown. He looked older than I remembered, his hands shaking slightly as he stepped through the door. I offered him coffee and he waved it off, said we didn't have time. He walked the house slowly, whispering under his breath, touching the walls like they were burning through his fingers. When he got to the spot in the hallway where I'd first seen the hand push through, he froze. "This place has been opened," he said quietly. "Not haunted, opened. Something was kept below and you let it breathe." I told him I didn't mean to, that it was just a routine job. But he didn't look at me with blame, just pity and fear. Then he asked to see the basement. I took him down with the camping light. The crawlspace wall I'd re-bricked was already falling apart again. When I stepped close, I saw the dirt inside had moved. It was shaped now, carved into something like a symbol-long looping marks that shimmered slightly when the light hit them. Mallory stepped in, looked once, and backed out so fast he nearly tripped. "That's not a place you fix," he said. "That's a place you seal, forever." He pulled a small vial from his coat holy water, I guessed, and sprinkled it over the bricks. The moment it touched the stone, we heard it. A deep, dragging sound, like claws being pulled across concrete from inside the walls. Mallory gripped my arm and said, "We need to leave this house. Now." But it was already too late. Upstairs, the lights blew out. Every bulb at once, with a soft pop and the smell of burnt glass. The front door slammed shut on its own. From the hallway, we heard Emmy scream. We ran toward the sound, and I'll never forget what I saw when I reached her room. She was floating, literally hovering a few inches above the bed, her arms stiff at her sides, her mouth wide open like she was trying to scream but no sound was coming out. The air in the room had dropped 20 degrees. Mallory started praying loud, strong words, and her body jerked and dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. I grabbed her, and she was ice cold. Her eyes fluttered open, and she whispered, "He's coming through now. He's in the floor." That's when we heard the boards start to crack. We dragged her into the living room. The sound followed us scraping, cracking, the groan of wood splitting under pressure. Something was moving beneath the house, fast, pushing upward like a mole tunneling through flesh. Mallory started circling the room, muttering prayers, throwing more of that water on the walls. Steam hissed wherever it hit. Then the center of the floor buckled, not sank rose. Like something was pushing from underneath. A pale, dirt-covered hand burst through the wood, fingers stretching and twitching like it was feeling the air for the first time in years. Mallory stepped forward and slammed a crucifix into the opening. The hand recoiled, letting out a screech that wasn't human or animal, just raw sound. Like metal screaming underwater, but the damage was already done. The house groaned around. U.S. cracks forming up the walls, pictures falling from their hooks. I grabbed Emmy and ran for the door. Mallory stayed behind, shouting words in Latin I didn't recognize. When I looked back, I saw the hand reach for him. Then it pulled back and something else started to emerge. I didn't wait to see what. I got Emmy in the truck and peeled out of the driveway so fast I nearly clipped the mailbox. We didn't stop until we were 10 miles out, parked behind a diner, both of us shaking and silent. I called 911, told them there was an accident, possible gas explosion. I didn't know what else to say. When the responders arrived hours later, they found the house empty. Mallory was gone. No blood, no sign of a struggle. Just the smell of damp dirt and the words "I am returned" burned into the living room floor. We didn't go back. Not to the house, not to that town. I packed what I could the next day and left the rest behind. Emmy hasn't said much since then. She sleeps with the lights on, her drawings now all just blank pages or black scribbles. I've kept everyone. I don't know what happened to Mallory. The church put out a notice saying he'd gone on personal retreat. I know that's not true. I know something took him, something I helped release. And now, even 100 miles away, I still hear it sometimes. At night, under the floor, scraping, digging, getting closer again. It's been 5 months since we left the house. We moved into a rental 2 towns over, a quiet 1-level place near the woods with no basement, no crawl space, and solid concrete flooring. I chose it for a reason. I figured if he couldn't dig through it, maybe we'd be safe. The first few weeks were quiet. Emmy started talking again, a little at a time. She made a new friend at school, started drawing animals again instead of faceless figures, and even laughed once while watching a cartoon. I held on to that laugh like a lifeline. I thought maybe we'd outrun it, that it needed the house, the ground we disturbed, that it was tied to that place. Looking back though, that was just me trying to feel in control. I see that now. The dreams came back first. I started waking up in the middle of the night with the same image black soil, covering my chest, pressing down hard while I gasped for breath. In the dream, I'm buried. I can hear scratching near my feet, feel fingers wrapping around my ankles from below. Sometimes I wake up clawing at my own neck. I told myself it was just trauma. Stress. PTSD, maybe. That made sense. That felt manageable. But then Emmy came into my room 2 weeks ago with dirt under her fingernails. She was sleepwalking again, standing in the hallway staring at the floor. When I asked her what she was doing, she said, "He's still building. Just somewhere else now." I didn't ask what that meant. I didn't want to know. Then there was the smell. It started in the corners of the house, faint at first, like mildew or wet leaves, then stronger. That unmistakable scent of disturbed soil and something older, something wrong. I cleaned the vents. I checked the walls for leaks. Nothing. I even brought in a plumber and told him I thought maybe a pipe had burst under the foundation. He looked at me like I was nuts, said everything was solid, no mold, no damage. Just a weird smell that he guessed was coming in from outside. But I knew better. I started finding little things again. My screwdriver placed under my pillow, the fridge magnets arranged in patterns I didn't recognize. Then one morning, I woke up to find a small pile of earth on the doormat, just sitting there. No tracks, no signs of entry, just dirt. 3 nights ago, Emmy woke up screaming, the worst one yet. I ran to her room and found her standing on the bed, pointing at the vent near the floor. She wouldn't go near it. She just kept repeating, He said your bones are next, over and over until her voice went hoarse. I blocked the vent that night with heavy furniture. I taped it shut, shoved a dresser in front of it, and stayed up watching her sleep. Around 3 a.m., I heard the floor creak in the hallway. Not footsteps, just one long, slow groan of wood under weight. But this house doesn't have wood floors. It's tile. My blood turned cold. I walked out with it, flashlight, but there was nothing there. Only the faintest trail of dirt smudged along the wall. I didn't tell Emmy. I didn't want to scare her more than she already was. Yesterday morning, I found a note outside, folded in half, placed neatly on the hood of my truck. No envelope, no handwriting. Just 4 words, printed in block letters, with what looked like charcoal. You broke the seal. I looked around the street, scanned every window, but it was dead quiet. That note stayed clenched in my fist the rest of the day. I didn't know what to do with it. Burn it? Frame it? Pretend it never showed up. I kept it. It's in my desk drawer right now. I've read it so many times the creases are starting to split. I haven't shown it to anyone. Who would I show? The cops? Another priest? The historical society? I think part of me already knows this isn't something that can be fixed. Not really. Last night, I dreamed of the crypt again. Only this time, it wasn't empty. Emmy was. In the casket, her eyes were open. Her mouth was stitched shut. Dirt kept pouring in from the cracks around her, and I couldn't move. Couldn't help her. I screamed until I woke up soaked in sweat, heart beating so hard I thought it would stop. I ran to her room. She was still there, sleeping, but her hands were muddy. I checked the front door, locked. Then I saw it outside, in the yard. A small mound of freshly dug soil right in the center of the lawn. Not wide, not deep, just waiting, like a placeholder. A grave being measured. I've started hearing it again. The sound. Faint, low, just beneath the edge of hearing. Scratching. Digging. Not constant, but enough. Enough to remind me it's not over. Whatever was in that coffin, it never left. It followed us. Or maybe it was never just one place to begin with. Maybe it was always underneath, waiting for someone like me to pull it up, to set it loose. I check the walls now, every night. I sleep with the lights on, and I keep a shovel near the back door. Not because I plan to dig, but because I'm afraid one of these nights I'm going to need it to bury something again. Or worse, someone. I should have known better than to take the dare seriously. But when you grow up in a family like mine obsessed with death, preservation, and respecting the craft, some things just get into your blood. My Uncle Charlie was a gravedigger for nearly 40 years. Never married, never left town, never took a vacation. He used to joke that he'd be buried in a hole he'd dug himself. What he never said out loud, but all of us knew, was that he loved the cemetery more than any of us. He loved the silence, the repetition, the company of people who couldn't talk back. When he passed last year, it wasn't sudden. He'd been fading for a while. But what none of us expected was that he left everything to me. Not to his brother, not to his church, to me. His quiet, awkward nephew who hadn't seen him in years. And with the inheritance came the job. The cemetery keys. The house behind the chapel. And one more thing, a sealed letter labeled "Only open when you're fed." Alone. The cemetery itself was old over 200 years, according to the sign out front, and filled with stacked mausoleums, crumbling angel statues, and twisted trees that looked like they'd been reaching skyward since the first grave was dug. The property was large, bigger than I remembered. I'd visited when I was a kid, maybe 9 or 10, back when Charlie still smoked thin cigars and played Hank Williams off a tiny radio strapped to his belt. But the place felt different now, wider, deeper, the kind of place that hums beneath your feet if you stand still too long. Most of the cemetery was standard flat rows of headstones and fenced-in family plots. But the mausoleums, they were something else. There were 6 of them in total, spread far enough apart that each felt like its own world. The largest one, set at the center like a stone crown, was known as the Whitlock Vault. Locals whispered about it. Teenagers dared each other to knock on its doors. Some said it rang from the inside on cold nights. I never believed those stories. At least, not until Maggie. Maggie was the one who brought up the dare in the first place. She'd been working part-time at the funeral home nearby, shadowing one of the embalmers. Sharp girl. Quiet, but funny in this dry, unsettling way that made people either love her or avoid her. We'd met a few times before I inherited the place, mostly through family friends. After I moved in, she started showing up more often, curious about the property, offering help cataloging the headstones, that sort of thing. We bonded over our mutual weirdness, both of us drawn to things most people try to ignore. So when she suggested I spend the night in the Whitlock Vault, it didn't even feel like a dare at first. More like a challenge, a shared joke. Something to prove I wasn't just another quiet guy who'd inherited something he didn't understand. One night, she said, doors closed, phone off, no interruptions, just you and the dead. I laughed. Then I said yes, I'll skip the boring stuff prepping my gear, telling Maggie I'd meet her out there just before dusk, double-checking that the key Charlie left actually opened the Whitlock Vault. What matters is that I went through with it. I stood in front of that heavy iron door, heart pounding like I'd just run a mile, and turned the key until it clicked. Inside, the air was cold, not cold. Like opening a freezer that hadn't been touched in years. The mausoleum was bigger on the inside than I expected, with a central walkway and 6 crypts along the walls, each sealed with brass plaques and black stone slabs. There was dust everywhere, and cobwebs that hung in heavy curtains from the ceiling. The silence inside was absolute, thick and pressing, as if the building itself had sucked all the air out of the world beyond. I set down my sleeping bag, my flashlight, and an old notebook, Charlie's, full of sketched-out maps and weird symbols I hadn't had time to decode. I told myself I'd be fine, that I'd seen creepier places. But even then, I could feel it, a kind of watching, waiting. That's when it hit me something about the smell. Not death, exactly, but stone and earth and metal. The kind of scent that gets in your throat and lingers for days. I took one last look at the entrance, made sure I had enough battery on my lantern, and sat down on the cool floor. The first hour passed slow. I scribbled in the notebook, listened to the wind outside, tried to make sense of a few of Charlie's notes, but most were just strange phrases. Don't let the 6th one shift. Not a bell. a breath. Ask before you answer. Nothing that helped. Around 10 p.m., I started feeling cold. Not physically deep down, like something was pressing into my bones. I zipped into my sleeping bag and tried not to think about the fact that the air didn't feel like it was circulating. Like once the door shut, the room became something else entirely, and that's exactly what it did. I woke up sometime after midnight, though I hadn't really been sleeping. More like slipping in and out, eyes closed, heart still racing, listening to every groan of stone and whisper of wind against the mausoleum walls. The air inside had grown heavier, as if the longer I stayed, the less room there was to breathe. I clicked on my lantern and swept the light slowly around the room, half expecting to see someone or something standing by the door, but it was empty, same as before. Still, the silence felt thicker than it had earlier, as if something had shifted. That's when I noticed the smell again. It wasn't stronger, just different. Less earthy, more like copper, like wet coins left on a radiator. I got up, moved stiffly toward the back wall, and saw it. A trail of fine black dust leading from one of the crypts to the center of the floor. The sixth vault, the one Charlie had written about. I crouched low and ran my fingers over the dust. It wasn't ash, not quite. It had weight to it, like something ground from old brick and bone. I followed the trail backward and noticed the faintest space between the sixth crypt slab and the stone wall behind it, like it had shifted outward just a hair. Not enough to notice unless you were looking directly at it in a certain light. My breath caught. Charlie's note had said, "Don't let the sixth one shift." It had. I backed away, suddenly aware that I was standing in a locked room with 6 sealed corpses and a door that couldn't be opened from the inside. I wanted to brush it off, chalk it up to natural settling or a draft I couldn't feel. But then why had Charlie written it down like a warning? Why leave me here, of all people, with no explanation and a list of rules written like riddles? The notebook felt heavier in my hands that night, like whatever was inside those pages had soaked up the cold. I flipped through again, reading Charlie's messy, looping script. Most of the entries were cryptic, full of strange diagrams and symbols that looked more like folk magic than cemetery records. Circles divided into thirds, names repeated over and over, dates with no years. One page caught my eye. It had my name written in ink that hadn't faded like the rest. The entry just above it read, "If he accepts the dare, the vault accepts him." My stomach dropped. I hadn't told anyone else I was coming here that night. I hadn't even told Maggie what time I planned to start. And yet Charlie had known. Or guessed. Or something worse. I turned the page and saw another familiar name. Maggie. It was underlined twice. The note beneath it read, "She knows more than she admits. Ask about her mother." I didn't know Maggie's mom. Hell, I barely knew Maggie. We'd only talked a few times before this, shared a couple of long conversations over coffee and gravestones. But suddenly, I felt like I was walking into a story that had already been written. I didn't want to believe it, but the more I read, the more her name kept popping up. Vault record, Whitlock, Margaret Ainsley, 1948. Record sealed. That couldn't be a coincidence. Maggie's full name was Margaret Ainsley Greaves, and I remembered because she made a joke about it sounding like a Dickens character. If her grandmother or mother was buried here, she'd never mentioned it. I read the rest of the page and saw something scrawled in red pencil along the margin. She never left. She just went quiet. I shut the book hard and stuffed it back into my bag, suddenly aware that the air had gone completely still. I didn't hear the door open. I know it didn't. There's no way it could have, not with the key in my pocket and the heavy latch still set. But I swear on everything I have that I heard footsteps inside the mausoleum. Slow, bare, dragging slightly, as if each step came from someone who hadn't moved in a long time. I held the lantern up and turned in a slow circle, trying not to breathe too loud, trying not to blink. Nothing. But the dust trail had changed. It had grown longer. It now stretched all the way to my sleeping bag. I checked my phone 2:43 a.m. Still no service. No messages from Maggie. And the lantern was starting to dim, even though I'd charged it fully the night before. I sat down with my back to the wall and kept the light on the 6th vault. I told myself I'd stay awake until sunrise, that this was just a weird night in an old place with bad air and too many stories. But then the music started. Not loud, not a song I recognized. Just a soft, slow humming that seemed to come from the stone itself. I put my ear to the wall and it stopped. Moved to another part of the mausoleum, and it started again, always just on the edge of hearing. Like a breath behind my neck that wasn't mine. I pulled the notebook out again, against every instinct telling me not to. On the inside back cover, Charlie had written something I hadn't noticed before. The ink was new, still wet in places. It read, "If the vault hums, don't hum back. It's listening." I dropped the notebook and stepped back toward the door, heart in my throat. That's when I realized the latch was gone. The metal bar that sealed the inside of the door had vanished. No sound, no damage, just gone. In its place was a small mark etched into the wood, fresh and sharp, like it had been carved with a nail. A spiral, small and perfect, with a single name written beneath it in my uncle's handwriting, Maggie. The sun didn't rise all at once. It seeped in, pale. Gray light spilled through the iron seams of the mausoleum door just before 6, falling across the stone floor like smoke. I hadn't slept. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the humming, not loud, not steady, but shifting like someone trying to remember a tune they'd only ever half learned. I stayed pressed against the far wall until the light came in strong enough to prove I was alone. Still, I waited a full hour before I dared to approach the door again. The latch was still gone, and the spiral was still carved there, but now a second name had appeared beneath Maggie's. It was mine, fresh, not scratched. Like the first etched, like it had been burned into the wood with heat and time. I didn't remember falling asleep, but when I blinked, I was outside, lying on the cemetery grass, back against the vault door. I walked home in a haze, mind spinning with half-thoughts and disconnected memories. The cottage was just as I'd left it, but something about the air inside felt colder now, less familiar. I locked the door behind me, turned off my phone, and collapsed onto the couch. I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke, the notebook was back on the table, open to a page I hadn't touched. My name had been written again, this time at the center of a large circular diagram, spirals within spirals with arrows pointing inward. Around the edges were 6 dates, all crossed out, except for one today's. The caption beneath read, "He hears now, he can't not." I slammed the book shut, threw it under the sink, and ran the water until the pipes screamed. I don't know what I thought that would do. Maybe drown out whatever this thing was. Like I could wash away the sound of something I hadn't even seen. But the humming didn't stop. I started hearing it in the floorboards, soft vibrations that buzzed my teeth and made my molars ache. The light fixtures would swing gently, even with the windows closed. At first, I thought it might be my nerves, maybe some long-delayed reaction to grief or stress. But then the scratches started. First on the front porch, small marks, like an animal had pawed at the door. Then inside on the window frames, across the baseboards, etched faintly into the plaster of the hallway ceiling. Always in patterns, always 6 lines. Never 5, never 7, just 6. The same number as the chi. Vaults. I started recording everything, notes, drawings, even timestamps of when the sounds happened. But every time I looked back at the paper, the writing had changed. Not wildly, just subtle shifts in the letters, curves where there had been angles, words rewritten in a hand that looked too much like mine to trust. That was the week I started. Hearing her voice, Maggie, at least I thought it was her. She hadn't called, hadn't answered any of my messages since the night of the dare, but now her voice came through in strange ways. On the static of the radio, behind the faucets. Hiss. Once, through the pipes in the bathroom, whispering my name, long and drawn out, followed by a single word, listen. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't stop thinking about what Charlie had written. Ask about her mother. It had. Sounded paranoid when I first read it. Now it felt like the one thread holding my thoughts together. I went to the funeral home where she worked, pretending to drop off papers for a burial request. The woman at the desk looked confused when I asked about Maggie. She hasn't worked here in years, she said. Not since the accident. The room spun. What accident? I asked, barely getting the words out. The woman looked uncomfortable. She opened a drawer, flipped through a few folders, and pulled one out labeled Greaves, Margaret A. It wasn't Maggie's file. It was her mother's. Died in 2004. Buried in the Whitlock vault. I asked to see the records. She hesitated, said they were private, but I must have looked desperate enough to scare her. She opened the file and handed me a single black and white, photo dated August 2004 of a closed casket with ornate iron fittings. At the bottom it read, "Interment delayed. Unstable site. Burial completed the 6th of June 06. I ran my finger across the date. That same spiral was printed faintly in the lower corner, like a watermark. I left the building shaking. I didn't go home. I went straight to the cemetery and stood in front of the Whitlock vault in the late afternoon sun, staring at that heavy iron door. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. I already knew that whatever was inside wasn't sleeping. And if Maggie's mother was buried there, if she ever died at all, then maybe Maggie's connection to the place wasn't curiosity. Maybe it was inheritance, a legacy passed through names and silence. That night, When I returned to the cottage, the scratches on the wall had formed words. 4 letters repeated 6 times across the drywall. Here. I covered the words with paint. I tried to drown the sounds with music, white noise, prayer. Nothing helped. That same night, I heard a voice come from under my bed. Not loud, not angry. Just asking softly, "Are you ready?" And the worst part? I almost answered yes. The next few days blurred together in a haze of old documents. Half-finished meals and sleepless nights. I knew something was wrong, something ancient and rooted in that cemetery, but every time I tried to tell myself it wasn't real, the evidence stacked higher. I started digging through Charlie's boxes, the ones marked private in his attic. They were filled with papers so old the edges crumbled under my fingertips. Maps of the cemetery from decades ago, showing different layouts than the current one. Copies of obituaries that had never been published. Photos of grave sites with no names, only symbols. And then, buried beneath a stack of funeral ledgers, from the 1960s, I found a leather-bound journal with Charlie's name etched into the spine. Inside were years of notes, day-to-day records of burials, maintenance logs, but near the back, things got stranger. Pages filled with the same spiral I'd seen etched into the mausoleum door. Names crossed out. Warnings written like confessions. One line repeated across several entries. Once the door seals, you stop belonging to the living. I took the journal with me to the county records office and pretended I was doing genealogy research. The clerk was helpful enough, handing me an old registry of cemetery deeds. The Whitlock Vault was listed under a family trust dissolved in 1903 after a fire destroyed much of the original property. But here's where it got weird. 6 members of the Whitlock family were marked deceased with no burial record. Just one note beside each. Remains retained special conditions. When I asked what that meant, the clerk looked confused, then muttered something about historical exemptions and changed the subject, but it lined up with what Charlie had written. The 6th vault wasn't just a crypt. It was a container something kept shut not out of respect, but fear. Whatever the special conditions were, they weren't standard. And then came the name I'd been waiting to find. Margaret Ainsley, Maggie's mother, listed under Anne, alias in the 2004 registry, buried with Whitlock lineage notation. I knew then Maggie wasn't just connected. She was part of it. I confronted her that night, or I tried to. I texted her, called her old number, even left a note outside the funeral home, hoping she might respond. She did, but not in the way I expected. Around midnight, a knock came at my door. I looked through the peephole and saw no one, but taped to the outside glass was a sheet of paper from Charlie's notebook. It had been torn from the section marked private. Written on it in Maggie's handwriting were 2 sentences. You went in. That means you're marked. And beneath that, smaller, don't come looking for me. It's too late. I sat down on the floor, hand shaking, trying to process what it meant. How long had she known? Had Charlie trained her for this? Had he left her behind too? Or was she trying to protect me in some twisted way by walking me straight into it? That night, I read every remaining page of Charlie's journal. I sat with a bottle of whiskey and my back to the wall, tracing each inked spiral with my thumb. I learned there were others, at least 4 names young. Men who had worked in or around the cemetery between 1967 and 1998. All of them spent time alone in the vault. All of them disappeared. No graves, no obits. Charlie's notes called them the dancers. He described them in chilling detail, how they would start to sleepwalk, how their eyes would glaze over during the day, how they'd hum songs they'd never heard before, and always the same end. One night, they would simply vanish. Their clothes left folded on the mausoleum steps. A single line scratched into the vault door. Final rehearsal. I started seeing signs that I was next. I found dirt in my shoes each morning. The humming followed me now even in daylight. The spiral had appeared in my bathroom mirror, written in condensation after every shower, no matter how cool the water. And then there was the bell. I hadn't touched it since the night in the vault, but I woke one morning to find it hanging from a nail in the center of my front door. When I took it down, it rang once, and I swear I saw something flicker across the corner of my vision. A shape in the hallway, too tall, too still. Gone the second I turned. I started marking the walls with charcoal protection symbols I found in Charlie's notes. Circles within circles, arrows pointed outward. Anything to hold the pressure at bay, but nothing helped. If anything, it got worse. I tried to leave town. Packed a bag, filled up the tank, made it halfway to the state line before I saw her. Maggie, standing alone on the side of the road, barefoot, face blank, arms limp. I pulled over, heart pounding, rolled down the window. She didn't speak, just pointed behind me. I turned to look and saw the cemetery gates right there behind my car, even though I was miles away. I blinked, and they were gone. She was gone. I drove home in silence, heart hollow, engine cold despite the heat of the afternoon. That night, when I stepped into the shower, I didn't feel water. I felt stone, cold, wet stone. And in the mirror, where my reflection should have been, there was only the spiral and Maggie, standing behind it, mouthing something I couldn't hear. I should have known better. The signs were all there. Charlie tried to warn me. Maggie tried too, in her own broken way. But I stepped into that vault willingly. I let the door close. And now, whether I want it or not, I think I've been claimed. I started locking every door in the cottage, even interior ones. It didn't matter. Every morning, I'd find them wide open kitchen drawers pulled out. Closet doors swung so far they left scuff marks on the floor, even the fridge slightly ajar, though nothing was ever taken. Nothing except time. I'd go to bed at 11 and wake up hours later with the clock showing 3:33 a.m. No memory of what had happened in between. Just a sour taste in my mouth and the smell of damp earth filling the air like rot trapped in the Fae. Vents. Once, I woke up in the bathtub. Water freezing cold, my clothes soaked, my fingernails caked with black grit. I couldn't explain how I got there. I hadn't even turned the faucet on. But the mirror had fogged, and that spiral, always the spiral, was drawn clear as day in the steam. Underneath, in backwards letters, lie still. They see movement. I didn't sleep again after that. Not really. I just waited out the hours between dusk and morning, praying nothing knocked. The mausoleum began showing up where it didn't belong. I'd walk down the hall toward my bedroom and see it through the corner of my eye, just a glimpse of gray, stone and iron. I'd blink and the hallway would be normal again, but my hand would be cold from touching the knob, as if I'd just opened something far older than wood. One night, I swear the bedroom door opened to the inside of the vault itself. I didn't walk through, I just stared. The sixth crypt stood open, its slab broken and shoved aside, and something leaned out of the shadows within, not crawling, not reaching, leaning, watching. I slammed the door shut and found myself on the floor of my own room, panting, palms scratched with dust that smelled like rust and burnt cloth. I told myself it was just a hallucination, sleep deprivation, stress, but the spiral had been drawn in the carpet beneath me, with the lines seared into the fabric like it had been burned there slowly over time. That's when the voices returned, only now they didn't whisper. They spoke. Full sentences, half familiar, as if spoken by people I once knew and loved, but twisted at the edges, like their mouths didn't move quite right. One night, I heard my mother's voice coming from under the bed. "You used to hum in your sleep," it said. "We never told you." I don't remember ever doing that. But then again, I don't remember most nights anymore. My memories are starting to flicker. Whole days vanish. I'll be making coffee and find the kettle already boiling, the spiral drawn in cinnamon on the countertop. I'll step outside and discover my boots are caked with fresh mud, even if it hasn't rained. In weeks. My calendar lost 4 days last week. I only noticed when I saw a funeral listed I hadn't scheduled, and the name written beside it was my own. I went back to the Whitlock vault during daylight, desperate to prove it was just a structure. Just stone and metal and myth. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and found everything rearranged. The 6 crypts were still there, but the walls were covered in drawings, charcoal smears, and finger-painted lines showing spirals, steps, circles of people dancing around graves. At the center of the floor was a ring of candles, still burning, though no one could have lit them. In the middle sat a photograph, old, black and white, faded around the edges. It showed Maggie, much younger, maybe 12 or 13, standing in front of the mausoleum door. Behind her, just barely visible in the window's reflection, was Charlie. And behind him, standing further back than should have been possible, was a third figure. All I could make out was the shape of a woman's face, hollow eyes, open mouth, and what looked like a spiral drawn on her forehead in thick black ash. The photograph slipped from my hand. I ran outside, heart pounding, bile rising. I don't remember the walk home, just the feeling of something watching me the entire time. I smashed the photo and burned the pieces in the sink. The smoke was thick and green, clinging to the walls. For hours, I couldn't stop coughing. That night, I slept in the car, or tried to, but the spiral showed up on the windshield drawn from the inside. I heard footsteps on the roof just before dawn. Slow, steady. 6 in total, always 6. I peeled out of the driveway and drove into town, trying to lose myself in traffic, in people. But it followed. The cemetery is in me now. I see headstones where there should be trees. I hear shovels when people are just walking. And every day, I find more writing in Charlie's notebook, new pages, written in handwriting that looks like mine but isn't. They say things like, "She's almost here," and dig deep, deeper still, she sleeps light. I tried throwing the notebook away. Left it at the town dump, pages soaked in gas, set the whole thing on fire. But when I woke up, it was on my pillow, clean and whole. And on the front cover, in new ink, was just one line. Don't ignore her again. I didn't understand it at first, but now I think I do. Maggie's mother never died. Or maybe she did. Maybe she died and came back different, changed, hollowed out like the vault itself. And Maggie, I think she brought me here to take her place, to finish what Charlie started, to be the next in line. I should have known better. The signs were all there, but I didn't listen that, and now I'm part of the spiral. I was running out of options. The nightmares had spilled into the waking world, and the spiral wasn't just a symbol anymore. It was a path. One I couldn't seem to stop walking, no matter how hard I fought it. I reached out to anyone I thought might help: historians, cemetery officials, even an old woman from the outskirts of town who people said knew things. She wouldn't open the door when I knocked, but she left me something on the porch, a rusted tin filled with bone white, dust, and a note that read, "Circle it. Salt won't stop her, but ash might slow her down." I didn't even ask who her was. I already knew. Maggie's mother, or whatever was left of her, had started following me in reflections. I saw her in windows, in puddles, even in the glare off the TV screen. Always just behind me, mouth open, eyes empty, like she was trying to whisper through the glass. I covered every mirror in the house with sheets and taped them down, but still, the humming came. I went back to the mausoleum one last time, this time at dusk. I brought the tin of ash, a hammer, 3 heavy chains, and a half-burned notebook. My plan, if you can even call it that, was to reseal the 6th vault. I didn't care what was inside anymore. I just wanted it locked. But when I arrived, the crypt was already open wide now, slab completely removed, as if it had never been sealed at all. Inside was a tunnel, dug deep, downward, with walls clawed smooth, and a smell so thick it turned my stomach before I even leaned in. Something had burrowed up, or worse, something was still burrowing out. I poured the ash around the edge, muttering every half-prayer I could remember. I hammered the slab back into place with shaking hands, wrapped it in chains until my palms bled, and bolted the door shut. Then I sat outside until dawn, waiting to hear if the humming would return. It didn't, but that didn't mean it was over. When I got home, I found Maggie sitting in my living room. She looked pale, thin, like she hadn't eaten or slept in days. Her eyes were ringed with gray, and her hands trembled even as she tried to smile. She said nothing for a long time, just stared at me like she was seeing something behind my face. Finally, she spoke. I was supposed to go in that night when Charlie dared me, but I ran. You didn't. Her voice cracked, and she looked away, eyes filling with tears she refused to let fall. I thought if someone else went in, it would take them instead, but it's not that simple. I asked her what it wanted, what her mother had become. She looked at me and said, "It doesn't want a host. It wants a memory. It wants to be remembered in the flesh." I didn't understand, not then, but I think I do now. Whatever crawled out of that vault, it's not trying to haunt me. It's trying to wear me. Maggie told me to leave town, to drive until the road stopped having names. She follows names, she said, not people. I didn't know what that meant until I found my name scraped into the inside of my car's windshield, right below the rearview mirror, even though no one had ever sat in the back seat. That night, I packed everything I could and drove until my phone lost signal, until I didn't recognize the roads anymore. I stayed in an old motel for 3 nights. But on the 3rd night, I woke up to find the motel room's number had changed from 112 to 6. Just 6. No explanation. No staff on duty. My key still worked, but the humming returned in the walls. Louder now. And when I checked the mirror, it was gone, ripped off the wall entirely, leaving nothing but clawed drywall behind. I smashed my phone and buried the pieces in the desert. I started going by a different name at roadside diners and gas stations. It didn't help. People still looked at me too long. Waitresses said I seemed familiar, like they'd seen me in a dream. One even hummed the melody under her breath, then went stiff and dropped a tray of dishes when I asked her about it. I knew then that I wasn't just being followed, I was spreading it. Every place I stopped felt a little heavier when I left. Every person who spoke to me looked more tired the next day. I checked in with a man who studied haunted locations. He listened, then told me flatly, "That's a burial spiral. Old practice. It's not about keeping the dead in. It's about keeping the memory of the dead from growing teeth." I asked what happened if someone stood inside it too long. He said, "You start getting remembered the wrong way." I tried burning the last remaining pages of Charlie's journal again. This time I tore them into strips, soaked them in bleach, wrapped them in duct tape, and buried them in 6 separate states. But a week later, a box showed up at the front desk of a tiny roadside motel I'd holed up in. No label, no return address. Inside were all 6 pages pristine, folded together, and written across the top in a hand that wasn't Charlie's, wasn't mine, was a new phrase. "She remembers you now." That night, I woke to find my mouth full of dirt, not choking, not drowning, just the taste of it packed behind my teeth, like someone had buried a piece of the vault inside me while I slept. The next morning, my reflection didn't blink when I did. I don't know how long I've been on the road now. Days blur together. Time doesn't track the same way it used to. Sometimes I think the sun rises twice in a single day, sometimes not at all. I stopped using credit cards. I stopped signing my name. I tell people I'm Joe, or Rick, or Kevin, whatever comes to mind. It never works. A few days ago, I pulled into a town I'd never been to, and someone at the gas station smiled and said, "Back again, huh?" I don't know how she knew me. I don't know what face she saw. But she handed me a receipt, and printed at the bottom was that same old spiral, drawn in smudged ink as if someone had pressed it there with their thumb. I wanted to scream. Instead, I just nodded and left without filling up. I've learned that silence delays things, but it never stops them. The spiral shows up more often now in dust on my dashboard, in the foam of my coffee, once even in the pattern of oil on a rain-slick street. It always turns the same direction, inward. Everything draws back to the vault. I dream about it constantly, its iron doors opening again and again, and something stepping out slower each time, more solid, more present. The last dream was different. Though I wasn't watching the vault, I was inside it, standing at the center of the spiral with 6 shadows circling me, each one whispering a name I didn't recognize, but they said them like I should have known, like they belonged to me. When I woke up, I had a small bruise in the shape of a handprint on my chest. Not burned, not cut, bruised, as if something had been pressing down hard from the inside of my own body. Looking back though, I can't help but wonder if this started long before Maggie, before Charlie, maybe even before I stepped foot in the cemetery. Maybe this was always mine to carry, always meant to find me. There are places that remember, places where grief isn't buried, just stored, packed into stone and ritual and forgotten names. And when someone gets too close, when someone stays too long, those places remember back. They shape themselves around you, slowly, gently, until you start thinking the spiral was always part of you, that the humming in your chest was always there, that death is just a reminder, and memory is the actual weight. I don't know who I am when I look in the mirror anymore. Some mornings I see myself. Some mornings I see her. I heard from Maggie one more time. Just once. I found a letter tucked under the windshield wiper of my car when I woke up outside a diner in Nebraska. It was sealed with wax, no name on it. Inside was a single sheet of paper with her handwriting familiar, rushed, desperate. It said, "I thought leaving the town would be enough. I thought I'd bought myself space, but she's in everything. Now, the roads, the static, the wind. I think she's using us. I think we're the spiral." And at the bottom, one last line. "If you see her, don't speak, don't listen. Just bury what you can and run." I don't know where Maggie is now. I don't think she's alive. I think the vault took her back. I haven't gone near another cemetery since. I avoid funeral processions. I hold my breath when I drive past graveyards. But it doesn't matter. The spiral's not tied to the vault anymore. It's tied to me. I can't shake the feeling that something is always standing just behind me, waiting. Not angry, not loud, just present. I feel it in my bones, this quiet turning, like the slow grind of stone under the earth. Every time I try to settle down, the humming starts again. Every time I think about telling someone everything, I find their name etched into a notebook I never opened. 2 nights ago, I passed by a children's playground after dark. Empty, still, but the swings moved in rhythm back and forth, matching the beat of the lullaby I first heard in the vault. The song Maggie's mother used to hum. The same one that kept me awake for weeks. It didn't stop even when I plugged my ears. It's inside me now, playing beneath everything else like background noise you forget how to ignore. I should have known better. The signs were all there. Charlie tried to stop it. Maggie tried to run. I didn't listen. I thought I was stronger, smarter, that I could understand it. But this isn't something you understand. It's something you inherit. It's not a ghost. It's not a curse. It's a story that refuses to end because someone has to remember it. And now that someone is me. If only I had listened. I didn't exactly have the luxury of choice when it came to work. After my second eviction and a failed attempt to start a freelance drone photography gig, I found myself living out of my Honda Civic with less than $60 to my name. The gig economy had dried up, and my resume was so patchy it looked like I'd been teleporting between part-time jobs every 6 months for a decade. I was scrolling through an obscure classifieds board at a public library, one of those sketchy local forums where most posts are in all caps, when I saw a listing that read, "Labor needed, remote location, cash paid daily, must bring shovel." That last part made me blink. I thought it was a joke. But when you're broke, hungry, and smelling like gym socks soaked in wet pennies, you stop being picky. The posting had no contact name, just a number. I texted it, got a reply almost immediately. Meet at the church lot off Old River Road at 4 a.m. Bring gloves. No drugs. No questions. That was it. I should have walked away. I should have known anything starting at that hour in that location and requiring tools most people associate with shallow graves wasn't legit. But the promise of $200 a day under the table was more than I'd made in a month. I told myself it was yard work. Graveyard shift landscaping, maybe. Some forgotten stretch of land that needed clearing. And even when I couldn't find the job listing again, like it had been erased the moment I texted, I still went. Because when you're at the edge, one step from sleeping under bridges, even a bad idea looks like a lifeline. I showed up before dawn, shivering from the wet air that clung to the trees like spiderwebs. The church lot was barely lit, just a cracked floodlight glowing orange above a rusted door. 3 other men waited near a truck holder, dressed in layers of mismatched work gear, silent as statues. No greetings, no names. One of them handed me a thermos of something bitter and steaming. Another checked my gloves and looked at my shovel like it was a test I had barely passed. Then a man stepped out of the church bald, rail-thin, wearing a priest's collar beneath a black duster, and told us to get in the truck. "It's a long drive," he said. "We work until the sun's gone, and we don't speak unless spoken to." I wanted to ask what we were digging, but something about his eyes, like they'd stared too long into something bottomless, made my throat tighten. The drive took nearly 2 hours. We left paved roads behind quickly, following narrow paths that twisted into forest land so dense the sun barely touched the dirt. Eventually, the truck stopped in a clearing I'd never seen on any map. The air smelled strange, like wet bark, copper, and something sweet rotting under the leaves. In the center of the clearing was a trench. Not a hole, a trench. Long, straight, unnaturally neat. It stretched at least 30 yards, 6 feet deep, lined with wooden planks that looked soaked through with age. On the far side stood a pile of white crosses, dozens of them, maybe more. The thin man, our boss, called us over and pointed to the edge. "We dig to the markers," he said, 6 feet each. "Keep the spacing. Don't disturb what's already there." That's when it hit me. This wasn't landscaping. This was a burial site. And we weren't there to dig graves for the future. We were working around something already buried. The shovels weren't for preparing the ground. They were for exposing it carefully. It made no sense. Why would anyone dig up the dead? And why do it in the middle of nowhere, in silence, under the eye of a priest who never blinked? I should have walked away. I should have told them to keep their cash and driven until I ran out of road. But I didn't. I took the shovel and stepped into the trench. because the money wasn't worth it. But I needed it more than I feared what was. Buried below, the sun barely broke through the canopy by the time we began. The morning was too quiet. No birds, no insects, just the shuffling of boots on damp leaves and the scrape of shovels against heavy dirt. The trench already had defined segments, each section marked by a small stone tied with red string. We weren't told what the markers meant, only that we should dig between them, not disturb them, not step beyond them. The priest, whose name I never learned, watched from the edge of the woods, arms folded, never speaking. If one of us paused too long, he'd nod once, not angry, just insistent, like time was being counted and we were already behind. The earth was heavier than I expected, rich and dark, but tangled with brittle roots and the occasional patch of pale clay that smelled like wet metal dot by mid-morning. I started noticing things that didn't belong. The dirt wasn't uniform. Some sections were warm to the touch. Others were bone cold, even in direct sunlight. Once, I found a small square of fabric buried just inches down faded black lace, like a piece of a veil or funeral dress. I picked it up to hand it off, but the man next to me snatched it from my fingers and buried it again without a word. His eyes met mine for a second, and I swear they weren't just warning me. They were begging me, don't touch it. Don't look, just dig. That same man refused to speak to anyone for the rest of the day, not even during breaks. He worked like he was racing a clock none of us could see. Lunch wasn't food. It was hot water and something that tasted like boiled pine needles. We sat in silence near the truck, and one of the other men, tall, heavy-set, with old burns across his forearms, finally said something to me. Just 4 words. You dreamt last night, right? I didn't know how to answer. I had dreamt something about being buried, face up, while voices whispered backwards Latin above me. I hadn't remembered the dream clearly until he said that. But as soon as he did, the whole thing returned, like a tape fast-forwarding in my skull. I nodded. He nodded back. You will again. Don't talk in your sleep. Then he stood up and went back to work. The rest of the day passed in a rhythm of movement and silence. Every so often, someone would stop, handshaking, and step away from the trench for a few minutes. The priest never stopped watching. And once, when one of the workers dropped to one knee and clutched his chest, the priest simply walked over, whispered something into his ear, and the man stood up like nothing had happened. He didn't say a word the rest of the shift. Not even. During cleanup, I kept digging, ignoring the way my arms burned and my back screamed. We were each assigned a 6-foot stretch, and mine felt like it was pushing back, every shovelful of dirt heavier than the last. When the sun began to dip behind the trees, the priest called out in a voice that echoed far too loud for such a soft tone, "That's enough. Bury what's seen. We don't let the dead go home." I didn't know what that meant, but the men around me did. They moved quickly, reburying every item we'd unearthed: lace, coins, rusted keys, tiny jars of what looked like hair. I didn't find bones, not that day. But I found a locket with no photo inside and initials carved into the metal that looked freshly scratched. The moment I picked it up, the forest went dead silent. Not just quiet silent, like sound itself had stopped. Then the wind kicked up and the trees groaned like something massive had exhaled. I buried the locket fast, hands shaking. We rode back to town in silence. The man with the burn scars passed me a folded napkin as we pulled onto the road. Written in red marker were 2 sentences. Don't ask about the trench. If she follows you, don't stop walking. If she follows you, don't stop walking. Don't. I didn't ask who she was. But that night, as I lay awake in the back of my car, I heard footsteps, bare feet on gravel, soft and slow, walking in a tight circle around my vehicle. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just closed my eyes and waited until sunrise. And in the dirt outside my window, I found 6 small footprints, all pointed toward the car. By the 3rd day, I realized this wasn't just hard labor, it was a ritual. We followed the same process every morning, park in the same clearing, drink the same hot bitter brew, check our tools, and walk silently to the trench. Each of us had our designated stretch, but none of us were allowed to talk about what we found or worse, didn't find. The man with the burns, I'd started calling him Scars in my head, would pass out fresh gloves each day, always slightly damp and faintly smelling of bleach. No one questioned it. The priest never spoke unless to start or end the shift, and when he did, his words were clipped and specific. Dig, don't lift, don't open, don't pocket, don't speak of what's gone. Those were the only rules he repeated. But it was everything he didn't say that started to get under my skin. By the end of that week, one of the regulars didn't show up, just vanished. His shovel stood in the ground where he'd been working, the soil perfectly smooth as if no one had touched it. No one acknowledged it. Not even Scars. I was tempted to ask, to break the silence, but the tension between the others was razor sharp. Like we were all walking across ice so thin it moaned with every step. That night, the replacement worker arrived, a younger guy, probably no older than 22, dressed like he was here to prove something. Loud, confident, cocky. He cracked jokes during the drive, asked questions, tried to talk about football. No one answered. The priest didn't even look at him. And when we reached the trench and he said, "So what are we digging up? Old war stuff," the priest took a long breath, then said quietly, "You speak again, you dig alone." That shut him up for a while. But curiosity's a strong thing, especially when you think you're smarter than everyone else. Around midday, I saw the kid crouched at the far end of the trench, holding something in both hands. He wasn't digging, he was staring at it. I moved closer to warn him, but before I got there, Scars stepped in and grabbed the kid's wrist. So hard I heard bones creak. He took the item, a small bundle wrapped in faded red cloth, and buried it in one motion, covering it like he knew exactly what it was and what would happen if it saw too much daylight. The kid didn't say a word after that, not during the break, not during the ride back. That night, I had the worst sleep of my life. Not because of the dreams, but because for the first time, I heard someone sobbing out in the woods behind. My car. The sobs started soft, female, almost childlike. Then they turned into dry coughing, like lungs packed with dirt. It lasted for hours. I never saw anyone, but I could feel the air getting thicker, harder to breathe. When I finally passed out from exhaustion, I dreamt of the trench, not from above, but from inside it. I was lying flat, face up, unable to move, staring at roots that looked like fingers pressing down from the ceiling of dirt. Something brushed past my leg, something cold and hairless. I woke up gasping, clawing at my throat. And when I turned, on the dome light, I saw 5 black strands of long hair stuck between the seat cushions. I don't have long hair. No one who'd been in my car did. When I told Scars the next morning, he didn't seem surprised. Just handed me a pouch of ash and said, "Keep this on your chest when you sleep. If it's warm when you wake, you're okay. If it's cold, move." I didn't ask why. I just did it. That night, the pouch stayed warm. The next, it was ice cold. I drove 3 towns over and slept in a laundromat until sunrise. Whatever we were uncovering, it didn't want to be found. But it didn't want to be left alone either. It wanted to be seen, witnessed, remembered, but not spoken about. And breaking that rule, even in thought, felt like inviting it closer. By the end of that week, another shovel stood abandoned. The younger guy was gone. No goodbye, no sign of struggle. Just his spot in the trench, once again smooth, undisturbed. The others didn't flinch. The priest didn't look surprised. I didn't ask. I just took a deep breath, tightened my grip on the shovel, and kept digging. By the second full week, I'd stopped thinking about the trench as a job site and started thinking of it as a mouth. That's the only way I can describe it. Wide, patient, always open. And it wasn't just swallowing people anymore. It was reacting to us. The dirt grew softer whenever someone spoke. The air got colder when tools scraped metal or bone. I began noticing that certain patches of soil seemed to breathe, rising and falling almost imperceptibly. And every time I looked too long at a place like that, I'd blink and see someone standing just beyond the tree line, never moving, never speaking, just watching us dig. Scars, who had become the closest thing I had to a guide, finally opened up one evening while we loaded gear back into the truck. His voice was a quiet rasp, barely above a whisper. "You're not supposed to see them until the 3rd week," he said. "If they're showing up early, that means the line's thinning." I asked what line he meant, and he just shook his head. "Between the names and the bodies." That night, he handed me a notebook, old, weather-warped, but packed with writing. It had belonged to one of the guys who disappeared months before I arrived. In it were sketches of the trench, detailed symbols, repeated phrases like, "She remembers you when you forget yourself, and don't bring her name home." The pages grew more frantic as they went on. By the end, the handwriting barely looked human. One of the other workers, a man I'd only heard called Rooks, decided to quit mid-shift. No warning. He just stood up, dropped his shovel, and said, "I'm out. I'm done listening to ghosts breathe under my boots." The priest didn't move, just stared. The rest of us froze. And then something I can't explain happened. The trench groaned, not metaphorically. It made a sound like wet wood snapping under weight, followed by this deep shudder through the ground. The trees around us shook, though there wasn't a breeze. Rooks went pale, tried to laugh, then bolted toward the truck. He didn't make it more than 10 steps before he collapsed, just crumpled like something had unplugged him from inside. When Scars reached him, he was breathing, but his eyes were unfocused, like he was watching something none of us could see. They carried him to the truck and drove him out. He didn't come back. That night, I opened the notebook again and found something new, my name, written in red ink on the inside of the back cover. I hadn't written it. None of the pages had been touched since Scars gave it to me, and yet, there it was. My name, followed by a date, the day I'd shown up at the church. I burned the notebook in the woods behind the diner where I'd been sleeping in my car. The next morning, the same notebook was sitting on my passenger seat, untouched, smelling faintly of dirt and something floral, like crushed lily. I don't remember letting anyone near the car. I don't remember unlocking it, but the notebook was real, and it wanted to be kept. Later that day, during a brief break, one of the older workers approached me with a pocket-sized radio. He didn't say anything, just turned the volume dial until a soft static filled the air, followed by a woman's voice whispering a lullaby in reverse. The words made no sense, but the tone felt familiar, too familiar. I recognized it from my dreams, from the way the air sometimes hummed in the trench when no one moved. The man clicked it off and said, "Don't ever play this out loud after dark. She hears it like a dinner bell." I tried asking who she was, but he just walked away, shoulders hunched like someone expecting a blow. The trench had rules, old, layered ones that none of us fully understood. But we followed them anyway. Gloves on, no talking past dusk, no digging outside the marked zones. And above all, don't acknowledge the watchers, even if they wave, even if they look like someone you know. One man failed that last rule. He saw a figure that looked like his brother standing past the third ridge. He called out. The figure smiled. That was the last thing any of us saw before. The man fell into his own stretch of the trench and never came back up. When we lowered a rope to retrieve him, there was nothing. Just cold soil and a perfect spiral of small stones left in the shape of a rib cage. I didn't think the priest would ever speak to me directly. He had this way of looking past everyone, like we were just temporary tools, distractions on the side of some larger task. But on the 15th day, just after dusk, he approached me as I sat by the back of the truck, hands filthy, arms sore, staring at the calluses that had started forming like welts across my palms. He crouched down so we were eye level, folded, his arms over his knees, and said, "You've seen the Watchers." I didn't answer at first, unsure if this was a test or a trick. When I finally nodded, he let out a long breath like he'd been holding it for years. "They're not ghosts," he said. "They're reminders. And if they're looking at you, it means you've been chosen to remember." The words didn't make sense at first. Chosen to remember what? But he didn't elaborate, not then. He stood up and walked into the woods, and I sat there thinking about everything I'd seen since arriving. The Watchers, the symbols, the dreams, the digging. I kept circling back to the phrase from the notebook, "She remembers you when you forget yourself." And that's when I started piecing it together. The trench wasn't a burial site. It was a line, a boundary. Something ancient and deliberate, not built to bury the dead, but to hold something in. We weren't gravediggers. We were keepers. Custodians of a lock that was coming undone, inch by inch, spade by spade. Later that week, Scars finally told me what happened to the guy who'd written the notebook. He didn't leave, he said. voice low and shaking slightly. He started, hearing her, not in his dreams, in the soil, in the air, like wind made of words. He went into the trench one morning before dawn. Dug without a marker. That was the mistake. You don't dig without guidance, because if you do, she sees it as an invitation. He paused and glanced toward the trees. We found his boots standing, up in the middle of a fresh hole. Just the boots. Laced, upright, filled with nothing. The dirt inside them was clean, new, but the trench didn't look any deeper. It became harder to pretend this was just work. I stopped checking my bank account, stopped thinking about the money. It felt like a fake reward meant to keep us numb. What mattered now was staying alive, staying aware. I started copying the symbols from the notebook onto my tools. Circles, spirals, tiny slashes and dots that looked like they came from some other alphabet. I didn't believe they had power, but when you're scraping away at ground that breathes and whispers and bleeds, belief doesn't matter. You'll do anything to keep your hands steady. On the 18th day, the trench shifted. I swear to you, it moved. We showed up that morning and the entire layout had changed. The markers were the same, but the trench's direction had veered several degrees to the east. Trees that once lined the path now stood behind us. The dirt smelled stronger, more acidic, like something fermenting just beneath the surface. The priest didn't acknowledge it, neither did the others. But when I leaned down to start my first dig, I saw something. Embedded in the soil, white, round, just barely poking through the dirt. I brushed it clean with my fingers. It was a tooth, human, still rooted, still pink with blood that hadn't dried. The priest stepped behind me and placed a hand on my shoulder. "Bury it again," he said quietly, gently. "No prayer. She doesn't need prayer. Just silence." I did what he asked, covered it like it had never been found. And when I looked up, the air shimmered just for a second, like heat over asphalt. And standing past the last marker was a woman, pale, rail-thin, in a black dress so soaked with dirt clung to her legs. Her eyes weren't eyes, just dark sockets that seemed to stretch deeper than her skull. And she was smiling, like she already knew my name. The morning after I saw the woman in the black dress, I tried to quit. I didn't tell anyone. I just packed my things, filled the gas tank, and drove until the forest thinned out behind me. I didn't stop until I hit a gas station 3 counties over, where I stood in the bathroom staring at myself in the mirror. That's when I noticed it. The dirt under my fingernails was fresh too fresh. Rich, dark, and wet. My boots were caked in it. But I hadn't been near the trench that day. I hadn't stepped near a spade. And still, it was as if the trench had followed me, clinging to my skin like a second shadow. When I got back to the car, the odometer showed I had driven nowhere, 0 miles. My gas tank was full, the receipt gone. And on the windshield, in letters traced through the grime, someone had written, "You're not done." I returned to the site the next day, silent and shaking. No one questioned my absence. Not the priest, not Scars, not even the new guy who'd joined while I was gone and already looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. The trench had changed again. It had split in 2, creating a fork that stretched off in opposite directions. We didn't pick a path. The priest did, walking along the left line without looking back, and we followed. That's how it worked now. We didn't ask questions. We didn't resist. We just followed. One guy did try to leave a second time. Marcus, a tough ex-con who'd kept to himself most of the job. He'd been quiet, focused, always kept his boots polished even in the mud. That morning he walked away. Not fast, not in a panic. Just calm, like he knew something the rest of us didn't. Single quotes do. We heard the scream about 10 minutes later. It didn't sound human. It was ragged, drawn out, and wet. When we reached him, he was standing at the edge of the tree line, clothes intact. But his eyes had turned completely black, glossy, pupil-less voids like ink spilled across glass. His mouth hung open, dirt trickling from between his lips as if he'd been buried alive and exhumed seconds earlier. He didn't blink, didn't speak. The priest simply placed a gloved hand on his chest and whispered a word I didn't recognize. Marcus crumpled. His body didn't fall like a man collapsing, it folded like parchment. We buried him on sight, no cross, no marker. The trench widened around that patch of ground like it was hungry. After that, we stopped pretending we could leave. Our phones had long since stopped working, no signal, no power. Even fully charged batteries drained within hours of leaving the site. One man tried calling his wife on a landline at a diner. The line rang. When someone picked up, all he heard was digging. Steady, rhythmic, and close. He didn't try again. The priest told us we weren't bound by contracts, not legally. She doesn't do contracts, he said. She does oaths. And the moment you touched the soil, you made one. We all knew the days were getting shorter, but the trench didn't care. Some days we worked under a sun that never rose. Others we dug in near darkness, only the priest's lanterns casting long, sickly halos across the trench walls. The dirt shifted constantly now. You could dig 2 feet, turn away, and find it filled again. Sometimes it whispered. Not words, exactly, but tones like someone humming a lullaby underwater. You'd catch it just outside your hearing, soft and patient, like it was waiting for you to hum back. I started sleeping with a circle of salt and pine ash around my car, just like Scars told me to. It didn't stop the footsteps at night or the shadows pressing against the windows, but it delayed them, bought me hours. Sleep came in bursts, 5 minutes here, 10 there, and always filled with dreams of being beneath the trench, pressed, flat under tons of soil, unable to scream because my lungs were already packed with roots and whispers. I wasn't sure what scared me more, the thought of staying, or the certainty that leaving wasn't an option anymore. The trench had a memory. It knew every man who touched it, and it didn't let go. The night it ended or changed, at least, was the first time we arrived to find the priest gone. No warning, no word. His lanterns were still lit, flickering faintly along the trench's rim, but there was no sign of his truck, his coat, his clipboard. At first, we thought maybe he just stepped into the woods, but the look on Scar's face said otherwise. She took him, he muttered. He was the lock. Now the door's open. No one knew what to do. For the first time, there were no instructions, no whispered rules, no boundaries. The trench was still there, wider than ever, its split paths now merging into one yawning line that looked more like a wound than a dig site. The markers were gone. The soil pulsed faintly, like a thing that had begun to breathe on its own. We didn't speak. We just stood there, frozen in the rising fog, until the humming began again, only this time it was louder, closer. It wasn't in our ears. It was inside our heads, a low, steady tone that carried weight like it had mass. And beneath it, words started to form, old ones, broken syllables that made your eyes sting just hearing them. One man fell to his knees and screamed. Another started clawing at his ears until blood streamed down his cheeks. I ran. I didn't plan it. I didn't say goodbye. I just turned, heart pounding, and sprinted for the truck. To my surprise, the keys were already in the ignition. I don't remember driving away. I only remember the sound behind me growing smaller, thinner, until it was just a memory pressing on my ribs from the inside. When I finally reached the main road, I didn't look back. I kept driving until I saw a diner and stumbled inside like I'd just crawled out of a cave. No one noticed the dirt on my clothes or the shaking in my hands. I ordered black coffee and stared at my reflection in the window. My eyes looked different, older, like I'd aged 10 years in 3 weeks. I stayed in that booth until morning, unable to sleep, too scared to close my eyes. Every time I blinked, I saw her face again gray. Skin, long hair tangled with roots. Teeth too wide and too many for one mouth. I checked into a cheap motel and tried to disappear. Burned my clothes, scrubbed the dirt from my skin until it bled, and poured salt around the windows. For a while, it worked. Weeks passed. I picked up a job detailing cars. Never told anyone my name. Paid in cash. Slept with the lights on. But peace is a shallow thing when you've dug that deep into something that wasn't meant to be touched. Some nights, I hear the digging again. Not loud, but steady. Close. Like someone is tunneling through the wall behind my bed with bare fingers. And broken nails. The worst part? I got mail yesterday. No return address. Inside was a photo-grainy, low-res, but I recognized it instantly. The trench. Wider now. Lined with bones like ribs, stretching out toward a figure kneeling at its edge. It was me, my back to the camera, shovel in hand, digging. On the back of the photo, scrawled in red marker, were just 3 words. You still remember.